Hmm. It's hard to get used to these meetings with empty rooms.
Dennis, you ready?
Yes, we're ready on this side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Aloha and welcome to the 8th session of the County of Hawaii Redistricting Commission. Today is Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. My name is Bronston and I am the chairperson. First, and as an announcement, because of the COVID-19 emergency and state federal guidance on large meetings or gatherings, and pursuant to the mayor's proclamation regarding COVID-19, the Redistricting Commission meetings are currently not open to the public to attend in person until further notice. Members of the public may view or provide oral testimony via the Zoom platform by requesting for this information as noticed on our posted agendas. Thank you for your understanding. Making this meeting to order. The time is 9:34 a.m. Mr. Kalka, roll call.
Commissioner Louis,
Present by Zoom, District 1.
thank you. Commissioner Yoshino,
Here, in person.
Commissioner Ani,
Present by Zoom, District 3.
Commissioner Yadao,
Here, Hilo.
Commissioner Bath,
Present Zoom for District 5.
Commissioner Akamo,
President via Zoom, District 6.
Commissioner Lopez,
Present, District 8 in Kona.
Commissioner Hustis,
Present in Kona.
Chair Castle.
Here in Kona.
Thank you, Chair. You have 9 members present.
Woohoo, all right. Thank you. As a reminder, during this meeting, we are working with commissioners in multiple locations. The audio of the meetings is being recorded. So as much as possible, let's try to avoid overtalk as that will make it difficult to later transcribe the minutes. Please keep your microphones on mute unless you are speaking. And we ask that for members of the public who are turned in as well. Commissioners in either chamber, your microphone can be activated by pressing the button at the base. I won't be able to recognize you if the audio is not coming through. So be sure to check if that's on first when speaking. After I recognize you, please state your name for the recording transcription and proceed. If you don't state your name first, we may interrupt to clarify for the speaking of the minutes. Thank you all. Now for statements from the public. Mr. Kalka.
Chair, thank you. We had 5 members of the public who registered to testify. However, I only see 1 visitor currently in our Zoom room, but I don't have an identification. May I ask that person to identify themselves? Chair, I'm not sure if we're having audio difficulties, but there's just 1 other person with us who's not a commissioner. It might be Ms. Warrington. Ms. Warrington, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Chair, if you want to proceed, we can. We'll try to work with that individual offline, and if other other members of the public who registered to testify join us later, I can alert you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalka. Just let us know when testifiers come on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving over to unfinished business. Mr. Kalka, unfinished business 1.
Thank you. Unfinished business 1, discussion on potential district changes, adjustments, and rationale regarding the commission draft plan and report. Requested by Commissioner Bath, commissioners may discuss, share, and exchange their thoughts and views about their respective and adjacent districts. The commission continues to develop a draft redistricting map plan for the public to consider before concluding on a final plan. During this portion of the session, commissioners may engage in dialogue to identify guiding principles or concepts when considering any proposed changes to council district maps. Individually present an overview of their districts and identify key considerations, issues, and approaches relating to the district. This item is carried over from the November 12 meeting.
First of all, thank you, Ms. Bath, for reintroducing this. I think that it is good for our commissioners to get a better understanding on where everybody, how everybody wants to work, and providing that discussion further. I would like to pass it over to you if you have any comments on unfinished business 1.
Yeah, just having a place for the other commissioners to share any things about their district that might affect the redistricting process. Otherwise, I yield to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bath. Is there any other commissioners that would like to discuss agenda or unfinished business 1? All right. Okay, we'll just go ahead and we'll move on to our plans. And because these 2 items, the alternate and plans submitted by commissioners, are continuous as we work towards deciding on our draft plan, let's lay both on the table and we can take these up as we focus in. Mr. Kalka.
Thank you, Chair. Before I read that in, we do have Ms. Shannon Matson who registered to testify, who's now joined us, if you'd like to take her testimony now.
Thank you, Mr. Kalka. Please go ahead with the testifier.
Hi, Ms. Matson. Thanks for joining us this morning. If you can hear me, you may unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you so much. Apologies for being a little bit late. And yes, I already missed whatever everyone else may have said. I really wanted to thank the staff first and foremost. Of course, mahalo again, Commission, for all of your hard work doing these maps. But I got a hold of the staff, and Royce from State was able to upload both James map number 9 and Brownston map number 12 into the online app, so I could kind of look around them in more detail and see the population numbers. Brenda Ford's has been there since she submitted it. So I had looked at hers originally, and initially my feeling was I didn't love her map. And then after spending some time exploring both of the other options, I would like to submit testimony that I strongly support Brenda Ford's, and I'm hoping that maybe the commission would be willing to revisit that. I did try to adjust both James and Bronson's. My big problem with it is that I do live on the east side of the island. So I'm very conscious of the fact that HPP is getting split up, as I've heard numerous members of the community say that they don't love that. Unfortunately, when I tried to adjust, there's really no easy way to adjust on any different idea that I tried to get better deviation. It just gets worse and worse and worse to try to get HPP all together. So I see your struggle. Your struggle is real, which is partially why I'm now really enjoying Brenda Ford's map. Her map is a 3.5% deviation. And after I made a little bit of adjustments to it and kind of fixed the things that I didn't love, I got hers down to a 2.54. And while lower deviation isn't everything, it's certainly something. And her map with the adjustments I made made a lot of sense to me. Overall, I feel her map keeps similar communities together in a really tangible way. I really didn't adjust her northwest or south parts of the island. I just moved a little bit of stuff around in Puna. And I'm happy to submit my changes that I made to the commission if you guys want to look at them. I know that the time for submitting public maps has ended, so I'm not sure if you would be willing to entertain some of the little adjustments I made. After looking at Bronson's pretty extensively, Chair, I just couldn't make any changes to it without really throwing off the deviations, so I just left it alone. But I did make some changes to James 9, JH9, and it was at a 6.27 deviation, and my adjustments brought it down to a 4% deviation. So I could submit both of those like changes that I made, the James 9 and the Brenda Fords, if anyone was interested in looking at it. I also completely understand if you guys are burnt out on looking at suggestions from the public and don't want to see those maps at this point in time, but I just wanted to submit testimony that moving forward, my vote would be for Brenda Ford still, if you guys are willing to look at that again. And if not, I think overall James has better deviation. And then that map is the one that I see there are some little tweaks that could be made to make the deviation even better. But overall, I'm still just struggling with the fact that HPP is being split up. And I really know that that's not what the community wants. So I just wanted to put that out there one more time and mahalo you all for your work. And thank you so much for being so accommodating with my, my schedule. Aloha.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Matson. We've also been able to confirm we have a Mrs. Warrington who is joining us. Aloha, Mrs. Warrington. I'm not sure if you only wanted to observe the meeting, which will be fine, but I wanted to offer you that opportunity now to say so if you wanted to provide your testimony at this time. Chair, I think that Ms. Warrington is just listening in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalka. Okay, we're going to move over to alternate plans. Mr. Kalka, if you want to go ahead and read those into the record.
Thank you. Unfinished business number 2, alternate plans. The commission may review, discuss, and consider any alternate redistricting plans received from the public pursuant to Hawaii County Code Chapter 36, Article 5. And unfinished business number 3, draft plans. The commission may review, discuss, and consider any redistricting plans submitted by commissioners and work to develop or decide on its draft plan.
Thank you, Mr. Kalka. If it's all right, I don't know if the Zoom platform will allow it, but Mr. Hustis wanted to try and share his screen via Zoom platform, if that's possible.
Chair, sure. If Commissioner Hustis is able to connect to the Zoom from where he is in order to project his screen, there's no problem with that. And we also have staff here who can project on the laptop from our table as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And then is there any commissioners that would like to discuss the alternate plans? And that would be Brenda Ford's plan 12, 20? Mr. Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I did submit a plan subsequent to the last meeting we had, so I would like to bring that up during our session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Did you send it over to staff at the last meeting or before the last meeting?
I sent it up, I submitted it up to the county plans subsequent to the last meeting.
Subsequent, okay. All right. If staff can go ahead and open up Mr. Lopez's plans. Do you know what it's called?
Let me look here quickly. Thank you. It's called COH Covena D8 Plan 3, submitted on 11/16.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Staff, let me know when you get that.
It's open.
Could you repeat the name it's under?
COH Covena D8 Plan 3.
Oh, okay. It's yeah, I see it. Thanks.
Just to let you know, I'm having trouble bringing up maps today, so if we could have them on this zoomed on the screen, that would be helpful. That was Commissioner Bath. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, this is not too much different than my Plan 2, except that I had to adjust some numbers. My overall goal was to minimize change, try to keep the integrity of the majority of the district boundaries while balancing population, not make anyone too nervous about where they may or may not reside or change, protect the integrity of the boards and commissions designations for district attendance or district participation. And I think I pretty well did that. Now my deviations, the one that really troubled me, but I couldn't get around the census blocks, was District 1, which has the largest single deviation, 4.75%. But other than that, I tried to keep the neighborhoods intact, tried to keep Waikoloa in one place. I listened to the testimony about the people who wanted to maintain the Waikoloa, Mauka and beach areas, and also what was brought up regarding the town in Pahoa, and not breaking up Hawaii Paradise Park is any more than absolutely necessary. So I listened to all that, and again, trying to keep some semblance of normality without shaking up the box too much. So I believe I accomplished that and submit my map for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Is there any discussion for Mr. Lopez's map?
Can you give us a minute
Commissioner
to?
Bath?
No problem, Ms. Louise.
Commissioner Bath?
Oh, Ms. Bath, thank you.
Yeah, would it be possible, since I'm not having access to the maps other than through Zoom, would it be possible if you brought district, the southeastern area that has Council 4, 5, and a little bit of Ka'u, zoomed in a little bit on it so I can see what's going on there? Yeah, so if you can bring it up more towards the junction where District 3, 4, and 5 meet, I'd like to see what's going on. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So one of the things that I'm seeing here is that, can you scroll down to lower District 5? The Kalapana, yeah, thank you. And then scroll, make it zoom out a little bit. And then drag it over to, so that I can see the Kapoho area, the area in the green. Yeah, so what I'm seeing, now could you zoom in a little bit on that, please? So, so what I see, thank you for your efforts on this. What I'm seeing here is that District 5 has become more of a District 4 situation. And the area that you've added in your efforts is very much District 4. That area that we're looking at, the green area, those people polarized towards Pahoa. Their only way in and out of that area is through Highway 130, unless they take the Chain of Craters Road. So one of the goals that I was seeking to do is to create districts that would have the Kalapana and all those areas that can't really access District 5, yet they're in District 5, having them into District 4. And in order to do that, unfortunately, HPP will have to be split. But this to me is really is totally illogical and doesn't really make sense for District 4 and definitely not for District 5. Because what's happening here is District 5 is going to have to be represented. The council person who's representing District 5 is actually going to have to represent District 5 and District 4, which is sort of happening now. And it's kind of problematic for the people. Did you split Pahoa Town or did you keep it intact together in this?
I believe I kept it intact.
Okay, can we zoom in on Pahoa Town? Because it looks like it might be Pahoa Town is actually split in this area. And the problem with that is that the Pahoa, the plan for Pahoa, it has two council people. Oh, I see what you did. Okay, I see what you did here. All right, so actually you've moved Pahoa Town into District 5. And Pahoa Town is District 4, Lower Puna's town, where they do their commerce and shop, a lot of people. And so to put that into District 5 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But thank you for your efforts. I yield.
Chair Casal, this is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, I just want some clarification. Were we supposed, according to the agenda and my understanding, we were going to discuss 2 maps as a commission, and now we have additional information. So how are we approaching this?
Mr. Yoshina, I think we can keep it open for discussion if any commissioners want to introduce any other maps.
Okay,
that's fine. And then, but we do have 2 working drafts, and any discussion that comes out of it, then we can implement it into the working drafts.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Is there any discussion, further discussion for Mr. Lopez's map?
Chair.
Mr. Hustis.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lopez, I think when we had testimony from Ms. Ford in the past, and I've been trying to find it on my maps and what she's talking about too, in a sense that you have to travel through a different district to get to the district you're coming from. And And I just noticed one here up on Kohala Mountain Road, where you travel through District 1 to get back into District 1. They travel through District 9, basically. There's like a little cutout that goes above Kohala Mountain Road. And it's some of them are census block issues. So on the map would be on the north side of the island there. And maybe I'm not familiar with this area, but so maybe a census block issue that lapses over the road, but I can't say for certain. I don't remember here. And I think she was speaking to a lot of our maps, and I am struggling to find in all cases, but where you have to travel between different districts, and I'll have to look at that language a little bit more. So if you could zoom in, I'll just give the example here that I was talking about. If you could zoom in up in North Hawaii, right there between District 9 and 1, there's a little, just to the left there. Go down south a little bit, please. Yeah, so that little cutout there goes up, so it crosses Kohala Mountain Road. And I think that was one of the things our testifiers talked about, Ms. Ford in particular talked about, and just wanted to point that one out. And I don't know if there may be other cases too. And like I said, some of our other maps are like that as well. Thank you.
Chair, if
Yes.
I may.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to let Mr. Lopez comment, and then was that Ms. Bath?
No, this is Corporation Counsel Deputy Diana Mellon Lacey. I just wanted to point out the language that was raised here, which now I've lost it here. Okay. It's in section 36-4 of the Hawaii County Code, number 11, all parts of each council district shall be contiguous to the council district and be reachable by roads internal to the council district. So that's the language.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, I'm just asking for Mr. Hughes' further explanation because I don't understand what he's referring to when he deals with that notch. I mean, you had a lot of words to say, but I'm trying to filter out how it affects this particular notch.
I'm sorry, you're looking for clarification on how to maybe alleviate that problem? Is that right?
No, I don't see the problem. That's
Oh.
I'm trying to filter what the problem is.
My best guess would be to put those 3 census blocks into Council 1 then. But
what is the issue with that, the way it's drawn? That's the point I'm trying to understand.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to grasp at too, and make sure I understand as well, that because you're traveling out of one district into another and back into the one you just came from, that was my understanding from Ms. Ford's testimony.
And where is that on this map?
So say if you're in Waimea,
Yep.
and you travel up north on Kohala Mountain Road, so just left of the cursor, you see where the road, I don't know, can you tell where the road is there? So just left of the cursor, where it says right there that's the road on that boundary line.
Right above that.
Just the left of the green cursor.
Yes, right there. That
And
road.
so the pink area there, right, which is Council District 1 on your map,
Yes.
is on the eastern side of Kohala Mountain Road.
Yes.
And then but there are 3 census blocks that kind of, so as you're traveling along Kohala Mountain Road to Highway 250 there, you kind of leave District 1, go into District 9 and go back into District 1. So once you're going up Kohala Mountain Road.
Okay, I'll take it offline because I don't see. Yeah, you're familiar with the road names and with the designations, and I'm not. I just see roads. Okay, we can take that offline. So it's if there is a violation in this map, I don't see it. And in subsequent comments, it's about how people relate in one district versus another district, which is something we have to consider. But given the constraints that we're working with, we may or may not be able to accept those kinds of inputs. So it's a matter of redistricting or spreading the population to fit the restrictions that we're working with. So I haven't heard anything that says this won't work per law, per violation. So thank you for your feedback. I'm personally, I just haven't seen it in what I'm hearing. So thank you.
Ms.
Chair
Louis?
Casal. This is Dwayne. I have a question for James. If you were to include those areas you're talking about in District 1, what would be the population changes? Or do you know? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoshina. I'm not sure off the top of my head, I can look quickly. It looks like those 3 census blocks have 0 population in them. So it could be an easy switch and fix to answer your question.
Thank you.
Ms. Louis?
Yes, thank you, Chair Casal. I originally liked your map, Commissioner Lopez, because it was trying to make as little change as possible. I have since changed my view, though. I think partly hearing from some of the folks like along the Wailuku River. So I guess at this point, I do not like the fact that as it stands now, both Hilo and Waimea have parts of those places within District 1. I don't think that's a great idea. And also, I think in your current map, District 1 goes all the way up to Cabal, which relates much more to Javi. So I guess at this point, in terms of just District 1, I think I like James's District 9 map the best, and would still think that we should use that and the original 2 that we chose to work off of. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Louis. Any other discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and staff, if you can go ahead and open up Mr. Hustis's, is it labeled 2_1111221? Did you make that name up? Okay. I was going to say that's a lot of maps.
And Chair, if I may, just some clarification for the commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Hustis.
I was approached by the elections office to help with the public website, where the public can easily, rather than logging into the Reapportionment Commission and the mapping software, but rather see the end product of the maps. So I'm trying to work with them and the GIS team at the county to make it a little bit clearer on that. Right now, there are 1 from the public, and there are about, about 15 from the commissioners, somewhere around that number, correct? Something like that. But at our last meeting, we selected to work going forward on 2 maps, right? On Chair Casal's map, number 12, and then one of mine, which was titled number 9. We are trying to make sure that they're labeled appropriately. So they should be labeled like working draft 1 and working draft 2. And so we wanted to make sure that was clear on the website. And then following that, hopefully my proposal was to have folders on the public software application map that would have those 2 maps in distinct folders, and any subsequent iterations would be within those folders. All the other maps should still remain up there, but maybe in another folder called additional maps to be considered, just for clarity's sake. Because right now, if you log on the public site, it just shows them basically on when they were submitted, or I think maybe actually alphabetically after the current map. So just trying to help with that process there as best as I can. Thank you, Chair, for letting me say a few words about that.
Thank you, Mr. Eustace. Staff, if you can go ahead and open up, it's working group doc 2, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I noticed you have draft 11 up on there. Was that your question, Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll give everybody a minute.
Can you repeat which one you want open?
It's called 11/12/2021 meeting Hawaii County Working Group Doc 2. That top one right there. A little bit more, one more up. There you go. That's the one.
Chair, Commissioner Beth,
Ms. Bath.
just want to really like the idea of having files or folders for the drafts that we're working on. I think that really achieves a goal of helping the public to not be too skitzed out with all these maps if they know that these are two that we're looking at. Thank you for doing that. I yield.
I just have a question,
Ms. Louie.
Yeah, is this the same as James number 9 from before?
This is the number 9 one, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Would you like me to start with the comments?
Is everybody ready for that? I'm going to assume yes. So Ms. Louie, go ahead.
Okay, in terms of Council 1, which is the only one I know well, I really like what James has done here. He does move the southern boundary, as I had hoped, up to the Honolulu stream, and that deals with the sort of the identification of some of the folks in South Hilo, closer to Hilo Town, with Hilo Town, and it then allows only 2 districts within Hilo as opposed to 3. So I really like that. I also was, when I was tinkering with this in my map, trying to capture Waimea, which he did. So I really like that as well. And then on the western boundary, by moving it all the way to the Saddle Road, which is, there's not a lot of population there. There's one small pocket of population, which is Waikiki, but that is pretty isolated anyway. I think it was in District 2 in the former map, but it is mostly kind of ranch land, which is very similar to the agricultural concerns of Council 1. So overall, I really liked the way that he drew Council 1. Thanks. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Louie. Mr. Eustace.
Well, thank you, Ms. Louie, for your support on that. It was a challenge to find some breaking lines in the Waimea area, but this, this map I offered up at our last meeting to be considered because of our lengthy discussion about the Hilo boundary. We've had discussion back and forth about Wailuku, the Wailuku stream and river there. This one, as you mentioned, pushes that boundary up to the Honolulu stream.
Right.
In other iterations, I've tried to find another different breaking line, but it wasn't as easy. So this one, based upon our conversation, I offered this one up. I haven't gotten a lot of feedback from people in North Hawaii about this map in particular, where it breaks Waimea. So I am a little nervous about that. But this, when I'm having this conversation with community members and neighbors, and I talk about the process and how challenging it can be, how sometimes there's this domino effect. You move the boundaries and it just ripples across the other districts and you have to shift them all over the place. And so I actually give 2 examples, and I think Commissioner Kamu's district is one of those as well, District 6. But District 1 in particular is kind of lodged between Hilo and Waimea. And the conversation is, do we push Council District 1 further into Hilo, further into Waimea, or a little bit of both. And so based upon our conversation previously, this one shifts it more towards the Waimea direction. And it does take a bit of Waimea. I mean, right now, Council District 1, if you looked at the current map, takes just a very slim edge of Waimea. And that may speak to, you know, diluting representation in that area. So this gives maybe some of those people in that area a little bit more representation, or a valid or valued representation. I'm still amenable to some of the changes up along Kohala Mountain Road in the Waimea area. However, there's a census block that is atrocious in that area. But a lot of that is because it's rural. I mean, it still shows some population in there, but that was a major part of the issue I've had in trying to find a clear breaking line above Waimea town. I wanted to keep North Hawaii of the island Hawaii and Kapa'au together. They kind of have similar voting issues, so wanted to make sure that was kept together. Some other thoughts on this. There are some weird census blocks that we need to talk about when we need to break some of these census blocks, basically, that are out in the ocean. No one lives out there, so it's not a problem, of course, but for the map purposes, with those census blocks need to be broken. As you can see, that yellow arm that sneaks up the coast there. I also took into consideration, and this was the purpose of categorizing and keeping the maps that are built off of each other together on the public website, because after I presented this map and we discussed a little bit about these things at our last meeting, I did work on another map based off of this one, and it is labeled 9.1, and we can visit that at some point when the chair allows, but it takes into consideration some of the concerns that were seen from this map and past discussions about Puna and also Ali'i Drive. So 9.1, I think captures some of those other ideas and made some other shifts to 9 itself, this working draft 2 that is. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Hustis. I would just like to also comment too. I kind of remember discussion last week. After talking to some people, I think you have currently Pohakaloa training area in this Council 8. And I agree with Mr. Yoshina. It should probably end up going to the Hilo district just because of the connectivity to Pohakaloa from that side. And then as for, I now see what you're trying to do for Council District 9 to 8. It obviously is a little bit difficult with this census block and trying to go around it. But I do know that this is the north side of Kaiminani. I believe that's a existing road. Is that right, Mr. Lopez? This right here. This is right above Palisades, or north of Palisades.
And you're asking me what?
Is this an existing road?
No, I don't believe so.
Is this a census block?
It's just-
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay, well, and then, but I understand what you're trying to accomplish there. And then down here in the southern portion of Council 7, and we heard some testimony from people of South Kona saying that they really belonged in Central Kona. And this kind of is a middle ground for that, so I appreciate that. Any other discussion for Mr. Hustis's working group Doc 2?
Yeah, Commissioner Bath.
Ms. Bath, and then we'll go to Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, can we? Thank you. Can we please scroll into Puna? Yeah, and can we bring the data numbers off the screen for a moment? the bottom part where it shows the numbers and the deviations and things. If we can remove that for a minute.
It's removed.
It's removed? Okay, I'm
Mhm.
seeing it on my screen. Okay, that's great what you just did. So now can you scroll so that the area, the northern area of District 5 is showing?
Mm.
Thank you.
Mm.
Okay, and then move it over. That's District 4. Can you kind of scoot it over to see District 5? Okay, now back down towards Pahoa. Scroll in Pahoa Town, please.
Mhm. Still split.
I'm trying to see if is Pahoa Town split in your plan?
Looks like it.
The line follows the Pahoa bypass road there.
Okay, so so one of the things that I don't like that I said with the other plan is that this plan is putting District 5 more into District 4, and it doesn't. District 5 doesn't really belong in Lower Puna. The people, I want to emphasize again that the people that are living in that area are, they polarize towards being in Lower Puna, being in District 4. The children, attend, some of the children that you have in District 4 and the children in District 5 will be attending the same school, which is okay. I'm just seeing that this is just, if you scroll down, having that whole area where the lava flow went, that's in Lower Puna, put into Upper Puna, where there's really little or no connectivity other than Highway 130 is problematic for me. And I think it will be for the public as well. It's really important for me to represent Council 5 and to some degree, in this case, Council 4, to make sure that their interests are being met. And this is kind of butchering Puna up. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, Chair Kasam, I want to echo what Commissioner Louis mentioned about her comments on Hamakua and Hilo. I also want to echo your comment about Puakaloa going into coming back to the east side. I would guess that you would connect it up to Council 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and just as a point of information here, if you wanted to give District 1 a little bit more population, perhaps you could consider moving the Honolulu line back to the Wainaku River, I think it's called, right outside of, right north of the Dodo Mortuary area is a river. I don't know if you can see that, but that would separate Amaulu and that area back into Hilo, and it'll keep the Pionua community together. The other concern I have, and I don't know how we approach this, would be to maintain the integrity of Council District 6 by moving the lines more into Kona. That historically, traditionally, Ka'u was Ka'u, and I understand the point about the population base, but at some point, by moving that council District 6 line into Kona, you're going to dilute the communities Waiohinu and Nalehu and Pahala. So if there is some way of maintaining the integrity of the Ka'u district, the historical integrity of that district, you know, I would be in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Any other discussion?
Commissioner Bath, I agree with Dwayne on that one for sure.
Thank you, Ms. Bath.
The
Oh.
Ka'u.
Sorry, Ms. Bath, go ahead.
No, I yielded. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Eustace.
You know, the challenge for, so in the current map we have, both District 1 and District 6 are well under that standard deviation. They're 6 below. So they have to take population from the 2 population centers on the island. So like I said, either Council 1 has to take more of Waimea or more of Hilo, or a little bit of both. It's the same for Council 6. He has to take more of Kona or more of the volcano closer to Hilo side, or a little bit of both. So we have to give and take here a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eustace. Any other discussion?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Louie.
Ms.
I
Louie.
just wondered what Commissioner Akau had to say about that, because he talked last time about Kau as well, in terms of which way to split 6. Thanks.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Akamu.
Mr. Akamu.
What I don't like about this map is I think it includes too much of Mountain View and Eden Rock and all of those areas into Ka'u. And I know that's not what the people in those communities want. So I would support pushing more into South Kona rather than pushing more into Glenwood and up into Eden Rock, all the way up into Fern Acres. I think that's just a little too far. Also, when I think about Ka'u, traditionally, as Commissioner Yoshina has said, Ka'u is more connected to South Kona. The Kupuna would call the area Kona Ka'u. Also, when you look at the traditional boundaries of Ka'u, it stretches from volcano. So above volcano is the Keauhou Forest, above the volcano golf course. That Keauhou Forest is the same Keauhou that's in South Kona, where the shopping center is. So the traditional boundary goes all the way from volcano side on the east and all the way up, right over Mauna Loa down to Keauhou on the Kona side. So Kona is connected to that area traditionally. It was one watershed owned by, or traditionally cared for by one ali'i. So traditionally, I think pushing into Kona does maintain a long traditional and ancestral connection between the 2 places. So that's what I would support more. Additionally, I appreciate Commissioner Yoshina's comments because splitting Ka'u down the middle would disenfranchise the southern population because just by the small number of people there banding together is what allows the people there to have a voice through their vote. And traditionally, when we push further into Hilo or Kona, that's where our representatives would come from rather than from the Southern District. But looking everything in totality, there does need to be give and take between all of the districts. And so I think if we can work towards pushing more into Kona to alleviate trying to take Eden Rock, Glenwood into Ka'u, I think that would be favorable. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Akamu. Any other discussion?
Yeah, this is Dwayne again.
Mr. Yoshina.
I just want to voice my appreciation for that edification. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Any further discussion? Mr. Hustis.
Thanks, Chair. You know, we may have to throw out this map altogether then, just to be clear with you. And as I mentioned earlier, there's this domino effect, there's this ripple. So this map was selected because of its Honolulu boundary. So as soon as I moved Hilo up that direction, the Hilo district further into Hamakua shifts counterclockwise. Council District 9 shifts counterclockwise. So they all shifting down counterclockwise. So that would push Council 6 into Hilo then. It's just moving everything in a counterclockwise fashion. So it is this ripple effect. So if we are set on particular boundaries, then we have to acknowledge these other shifts that are going to happen. Because Council 1 is pushing into half of Waimea. So that's what happens when you set the boundary at Honolulu. So we're not all going to be happy on these things, and there are going to be some shifts and changes here. And I understand, and I want to represent the people as best as possible for different districts. But if we set these boundaries, then it's going to have this ripple effect across the whole island. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hustis. Any other discussion?
I think Stephanie and I both have our hands up.
Is that Ms. Louie?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you're able to see my hand raised in the little box on the Zoom screen. Well, I guess I wanted to say that I feel like what we should look at is the total deviations. I think that if some districts have to have a greater deviation, that might be okay. I feel like in terms of representation, I don't know, this may be heretical, that the exact numbers are less important than the communities of interest. So I would just encourage us to think that way rather than trying to to make the main goal getting the deviation in each district down to the lowest amount. Thank you.
Ms. Bath.
Yeah, after the last meeting, I left feeling like we had accomplished a lot and that we were moving forward. And my impression, not that I'm saying that we shouldn't look at other options or other possibilities, but my hope for this meeting was to pick up where we left off the last meeting with that map that we were working on, and then go ahead, because it seemed like we still needed to do some tweaking and moving in Kuna. My hope was that we kind of pasted in temporarily in a draft form what we had achieved in the last meeting, and then gathered in opinions and built upon that, rather than redoing what we already came to an agreement with at the last meeting. I don't know if that's doable. I yield.
Commissioner Bath, if I can just give some clarification to that. In the last meeting, we did work on the draft that we all worked on, and then we also added this map onto it, so that way we can have two actively working drafts instead of just one. So for our clarification purposes, that was what we decided in the last meeting. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
I have to strongly agree with the comments made by Commissioner Eustace here. If you start shifting, as some of the comments made, then the whole thing gets thrown off. Again, the domino effect. The census blocks adjoining some of these, majority of these districts are so large that a slight change just throws everything out of whack. It's important that we listen to the feelings of the community and where people are most comfortable with relationships. But we can't ignore the deviations because that's the legal basis by which we have to operate. So there's got to be some give and take. And from my observation of this map and testimonies, the comments rather, that have been given here, this is a very workable map without totally throwing it out and starting with another version. So I support Mr. Eustace's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Any further discussion? Mr. Eustace.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if we could bring up the iteration I made after this draft, if that's all right, Chair, if it's allowable.
This is 9.1.
That's correct.
Staff, is that available?
And Chair, if I may discuss this a little bit.
Mr. Eustace.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, in hopes of creating, different working drafts following the first one, like different iterations, I submitted this one here, taking into consideration the requests made for the eastern portion of the island and the Puna area, as well as the parts of the western side, particularly with Ali'i Drive. So if we could start with the Puna area. So this is working draft 2. This is basically just manipulating the boundary lines between Council 4 and 5. There were no other changes. So if we just focus on this area, there were no other changes regarding the boundary lines between 6, 3, and 2 nearby. But 4 and 5 just did a switch here. So Council 5 sweeps all along, mostly on the coastal portion and all the way down Highway 130 out to Kalapana and Kapoho. So I believe Commissioner Bath, this was your request to keep those communities together. So Council 5 here is kind of like this. It's more of a Mackay portion here district, whereas Council 4, is Mountain View, Curtistown, Kayal, and then cuts into Gila a little bit. Hawaii Paradise Park is split here. I did have to make that sacrifice here for the numbers. There were just too many numbers, population count in that area, so I had to split it between 4 and 5. But I think, Commissioner Bath, this is what you were aiming for, and some of the things we worked on the last meeting on a separate map in trying to keep some of these communities together here. And then I'll definitely welcome some comments on that. If we could switch over to the other side of the island on the screen and look at what I believe Chair Casa was requesting of a map like this is to include Ali'i Drive into one of the districts and not split between 2 districts. So if you zoom in at the coast there between Council 7 and 8, I think I got most of your language there, Chair, about putting Ali'i Drive into Council 7. So everything Mauka of the Belt Road is in Council 8 to a certain point, and then everything Mackay is in Council 7. So Ali'i Drive's all in Council 7, as I believe was your request. Other than that, those are the, after our last meeting, those are the comments that I heard and I took note of. And so I went back to this map in particular and made those changes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Eustace. Mr. Akamu.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo that I support Commissioner Louis' comments earlier. I do think that we can possibly look at using the deviation to try to balance some of these numbers, because across all of the maps, we're trying to get the lowest deviation possible, but that might also allow us to keep some of the communities of interest together, et cetera. And I know that 10% is the maximum deviation. And if we do deviate anymore, we would have to justify. But perhaps, looking at the areas that are more high growth versus the areas that are low growth, I could see, for example, District 6 being lower and District 4 or 5 being higher. Or similarly in other parts of the islands, and that might help keep certain communities together rather than trying to get the closest to 0 in every single district. So I do support what Commissioner Louis shared. I also don't think we need to, I don't think any of the maps are perfect. And so I do share Commissioner Bat's sentiment that after we have this discussion, I do look forward at, looking at those 2 working drafts and really then doing the nitty-gritty work of dealing with the domino effects and really trying to come up with something that's workable and agreeable to everybody. And hopefully we can protect the communities that, we are appointed to represent. So thank you, I yield.
All right, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, unfortunately, I couldn't be here at the last meeting, but I am curious about the statement that not to split Ali'i Drive between 2 districts. And I'm asking what the rationale for, I mean, it's nice and clean the way it is now on this map, but what was the rationale for not wanting Ali'i Drive split across 2 districts? What's the overriding factor there?
That's to you, Chair.
It was your request, right?
Sorry, go ahead and repeat
At least
that.
that's what I heard.
Well, the Ali'i Drive portion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question. What was the rationale behind that?
Yep.
As far as I know, if we keep all of Ali'i Drive sort of together, it is part of Central Kona or Kona proper. Actually, Central Kona goes all the way to Kainaleo. That's all technically a part of Central. And then when you go to the new Ali'i bypass, which is Mauka of Hokulia, that Ali'i Drive connects all the way up into there. And then there's some future road developments in the lower portion as soon as you get into the Keauhou area that's going to eventually bring in a new road access throughout that side. So my goal was just to keep one huge county road inside one district.
Okay, I understand your rationale. I would offer a differing opinion that those 2 ends of Ali'i Drive are extremely opposite ends of the development spectrum. We got one that's town and highly populated, a lot of business. And then you got the other end that goes off into presently nowhere. So what happens there is a shift of District 8 away from the traditional, if you will, business and governmental sector of the district, and brings in a district that has a much more diverse aspect to it between agricultural or remote versus highly concentrated urban. 2 different perspectives. So that's my input to this. It's I understand where you're coming from, and on the surface I wouldn't disagree, but having lived here as long as I have, it's like trying to bring together 2 very different perspectives. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lopez. I think the other part to it is one that, connectivity. We talk about connectivity a lot today when it comes to the roadways. And then historically too, I mean, if you want to look, we talked about traditional districts, and I know that Council District 8 obviously historically runs through the northern part of Kona. But it does get a little bit difficult because when we talk about traditional, parts of Milili'i was part of the most southern part of Kona in the traditional sense. And in this case, because of population growth, I think it would be best if you split up Kona proper, North Kona, and South Kona into Ka'u, and this is the product that we have. And I try to I think my rationale behind it was just to ensure that we have that representative that knows the district, but also has a feel for both business and agriculture as well. Because District 8 does have business and agriculture and sun farms and our solar farms and whatnot. So yeah, every district is going to have a form of diversity in that aspect. But thank you for your comments, Mr. Lopez. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, Chair Kasso.
Mr. Yoshina.
I can agree with this map. I would like to see Plakaloa joined into Council 3, I think, because that I believe that Council 3 includes the Kyokaha military reserve. And I also would like to see that connectivity up in the Kohala district that Commissioner Hustis talked about included in this map, in a map. And those are my comments. Oh, the other thing is if there is a need to add a little bit more population to District 1, then I'd suggest you move the boundary from Honolulu back down to Wainaku, the Wainaku River area. That's just a small adjustment, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Any other discussion regarding 9.1? Ms. Louie.
Just on that point, Mr. Yoshina, I don't think at this point in this map, Council District 1 does not need more population. It's actually deviation 1.18 above what it needs. So I'm not sure it would make a lot of difference.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Bath.
Ms. Bath.
Yeah, can we scroll back down into Puna again? Can we focus in on the area where District 5, 4, and 6 are, please? And zoom in a little bit, please. Okay, now go ahead and, yeah, there you go. Okay, zoom out a little bit, please. I'm trying to see what, yes, so my comments here, can you zoom out? Is the orange area District 4?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like you've done a swap with, you've put District 5 into Lower Puna and turned District 4 into Upper Puna. Can you please zoom into the Ka'u section of this map? The okay, the northeastern part of Ka'u, please. Yeah, the northeastern, kind of where it's in the volcano area, the volcano zone. And then zoom in there. I'm trying to see. Yeah, this is not this doesn't. Basically, what's happened is Puna's been butchered. It's been swapped out and it's been butchered. The people of let's see. I guess it looks like you've got Fern Forest, Eden Rock. You've got all of those which are significant parts of District 5, and you've put them into, basically you've turned a lot of District 5 into Ka'u, and then you've turned the rest of it into Lower Puna mostly. th- I don't see anything that resembles District 5 as I look at the current District 5. District 5 has been split up between District 6, District 4, and then District 5. This is not acceptable. I'm so sorry, but it's just not acceptable. It's just totally butchered Puna. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Any other discussion?
Chair?
Mr. Eustace.
Thank you. We can definitely shift the numbers between this one between 4 and 6 to try and get Eden Rock, Glenwood, Fern Forest back into that District 4. Let's see, just going
I may
between
just,
the two.
yeah, if I just may
two.
say, you're not putting them back into District 4. You're putting them into District 5 where they belong. What you've done is you've kind of swapped.
Commissioner, the numbers are the numbers. Like, it doesn't matter what is Council 4 or 5. We can talk about that another time. That at our last meeting, you talked about keeping Kapoho and all the coastal districts, Kaimu in one district, right? So I tried to do that here. They are in District 5 in this case, just to get Hawaiian Beaches, Leilani Estates, all the way to Kalapana and Kapoho all in one. That's what we were talking about, right?
Right. That I see. So what you've done is you've just changed the district numbers. You've just changed their names, actually, is what you've done. Yeah.
Yeah. So District 4 is more of the Hawaiian Acres area. The number is just the number of how they're numbered based upon where you originated from. Council 5 is that sweeping part along part of Hawaii Paradise Park, Kapoho, Pahoa, Leilani Estates, and Kalapana, all the way to the edge of the park. So that I tried to keep that all together as you requested. So all those, the council 4 and 6, we can try and move those numbers back and forth to find a place where we're more comfortable between 6 and 4. It just in this case, that's just Council 4. That, I mean, don't think about the district number as that's the district you live in right now, or that's just a number of the number of district. So does that make sense? Just trying to, I'd be happy to switch between 4 and 6 and try and move more of Eden Rock, Fern Forest, Glenwood into Council 4 in this case here. And then you'll see the numbers move greatly against 6 here, but that, and at this iteration here, Council 4 is -2 under. So we just need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Stephanie Bath. I appreciate what you've done. That was very consistent with the what you're calling District 5. It might just be confusing to the public is what I'm thinking. If we can, I'm open to what you're doing. I'm just wondering how we're going to be able to get the numbers right on District 4 if you're putting the park and all of Upper Puna into District 5. I think it's going to just bring the numbers way up. But I'm open to learning and working with that. And I do like the fact that you kept everything in Lower Puna as Lower Puna. It was just the swapping of the names is really confusing for the people that are living here. But I thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. We're going to do a 5-minute recess. We'll convene back here at 10:56. Thank you. All right, calling meeting back to order. We're still on draft 9.1, if I'm reading that correctly. Is there any further discussion regarding 9.1? All right, we're going to go ahead and move over to Bronson Castle draft 12. I didn't see anything that said working draft document. Staff, is that available? I know that we're planning on naming it that. I think that's the one. You know, I don't know what the difference between original and 12 is, so I think we're just gonna have to. Yeah, we'll just do that one because the only difference is based off of what I changed around is if you scroll down into District 5, between 5, 3, and 4 in HPP. So the only difference the change that I made was the discussion between with Miss Bath, and you scroll towards, yeah, a little bit more. There you go. Was to put these 4 census blocks into District 4, and then also include a few of the census blocks from Council District 3 into Council District 4. So that's the only difference from this map that that's currently up. I'll open it up for discussion. I did also add Pohakaloa training area or PTA into KMR. So it's going to be in Council District 3 if you want to scroll up there. I know that Mr. Yoshina talked a little bit about that as well.
I can start, Commissioner Casau.
Ms. Louis.
Yeah, just quickly, I see that you put the southern boundary back at the Wainaku River. I think you had it at Wainuenue before. But I do still prefer to have it a little bit farther up to get away from the people who do identify as Hilo. I think with the splitting up of Waimea, I had the same issues that you and everybody else has had with trying to decide how much of Waimea to put in 1 versus 9. But I really have to yield to Commissioner Hustis on that, who knows that community better than I do. So I don't have a lot of comments. I see you've taken more of it in order to add population, which when I was working on it, I had to do that too. But yeah, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Louis. Any other discussion? Mr. Lopez.
Yeah, other discussion, are we prepared to go over to West Hawaii?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I see in this map version that that the historic and traditional District 8 has been decimated and garnered off into more just residential area. And when we're talking about where people identify, where people congregate, where people feel good about where they're associated, we've lost that in this map. The whole downtown area, the Mauka and Makai areas around Kailua Kona and down as far as the end of Ali'i Drive have just totally been decimated. So to me, this just is not workable for the people that are in that proper area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Any other discussion?
Beth? Here.
Ms. Beth.
Yeah, Commissioner Lopez, what would you suggest might remedy that, your concerns from that? I yield.
Yes, thank you for that question. I would fall back on Mr. Eustace, the one that you folks picked as the document 2, I believe. That was a much more workable. It did not infringe on the length of Ali'i Drive as going off into the southern part where there's future development, which I think future commissions can deal with that portion. And it would keep the integrity of Kailua town, which has been the hub of District 8 for certainly as long as I've been here, over 25 years. So this just changes the character. Actually, you're asking me, well, how to fix it. And I would default back to Mr. Eustace document 2 version, which keeps the integrity of the urban hub, loosely defined here as the integrity of District 8. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, for clarification, is that Mr. Eustace's 9.1 or the 9.0 map?
Okay, there was the one labeled Doc 2, I believe, that you voted on at the last meeting. I think that's 9.0.
9.0, okay.
9.0, I believe. Thank you.
Chair Cassell.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, I like that Puakloa is back in District 3. And I'll go along with what Commissioner Louie pointed out on the District 2 boundary. We can tweak that one back to Honolulu. That's fine, I think. Although that would put our deviation way high, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina.
Oh, one more point that I haven't.
Mr. Yoshina.
You know that area in Waimea, Kohala, where that road, there's that, you have to leave a district to get into the district again. I'd make that correction up there. Thank you.
Commissioner Casal?
Ms. Louie.
I just wanted to ask a question of Lehuanani. In all of these maps, there are various Hawaiian homeland communities. I'm wondering just how she's feeling about, any issues around consolidation of representation for Native Hawaiian communities.
Aloha, permission to speak. Mahalo, Commissioner Louie. I appreciate it. I am still learning, very new to this process. Trying to run these numbers also as we're speaking. So forgive me for my silence. I am just trying to make sure that I speak with knowledge of what I can garner since my inception here into this commission. There's a lot of I agree with everyone else. There's not no one perfect map. I do want to say that I think where this particular map that we're currently looking at, and I believe this is 9, forgive me if I'm wrong on how to read this properly, but this particular map that's up on the screen is probably one that has caught my attention more than any other so far. And being a part of Council District 3, I didn't want to split Keaukaha and Panaewa, specifically because of that, that you have these families that live within those districts that vote together. And I think that comes out later. I know this commission is very, it's only every 10 years, so I appreciate that. But looking at where Waimea and that split on the north end of the island, I think having that discussion and just listening to everybody has helped me trying to understand where these things fit or don't fit. And so I can see where there would be a bit of an issue on splitting Waimea in half. I myself don't agree necessarily in splitting it in half either, but I do understand that these numbers here on the bottom part of the screen does determine where and when we can fudge a little to the positive or fudge a little to the negative. I think this map, out of all the maps we've covered today, has probably the best lines drawn. Let me, if that makes any sense. But I do want to say that I agree with Commissioner Akamu in Ka'u with the relationships between the families going into South Kona, and that whole distinction of Keauhou Mauka in Volcano is very much related to Keauhou on the west side. It is its own kind of distinct pattern traditionally, and then also with natural markings and natural boundaries. So I do definitely agree with that. I also do agree that maybe Eden Rock as well as Upper Mountain View would lean more to Council 5 than it would to Council 6, just in mere totality of not going in and out of a district to get to another district with those rules. I'm still trying to find my way around the rules. And so forgive me for having to speed up my catch up, but as far as I think everything that has been shared, this is probably the map that would be most fitting. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Ani. Any other discussion?
I wondered if you could zoom in to look at the Keaukaha Paneva area there. I didn't.
Chair.
Mr. Eustis.
Thank you. So I think Ms. Louie, the Paneeva, so with this map here, working draft 1, also titled draft 12 here, Paneeva, Keaukaha, and even the Waiakea homelands are all kind of they're in the same seat here. So Bronson did a good job of keeping them here together. The one that I do have concern is actually in the Waimea area, where it's only a portion of it, but it is splitting the Pu'ukapu homelands along Mana Road. So there is a split there, and I just don't want to dilute that vote either. And that's it's a weird, so if you zoom up, go up a little bit more, let's see if I can try and walk you through this here. Oh gosh, where is it? Okay. Yeah, just off of the highway. So right there. So, yep. So there's kind of a grayer area there that's marked as Pu'ukapu, but it even includes that reservoir up there, which pushes into a community called Lakeland and out towards Vacation Land. There even is a community off of Kipu'upu'u Street there right at the top of that reservoir. So it's hard. This is a hard community because we some of our maps split it at Mealani Road, which is part of that. It's also cuts into Pu'ukapu. So just trying to be cognizant of that too. I mean, Mana is a good breaking line for if it wasn't down the middle of a homeland, it'd be a good breaking line, but it does cut off those two, that community, and breaks that community there. So I struggled to do that, as the chair did as well with these maps. It's a clear line that wraps around Mauna Kea. So it's, but I don't know if it's the best one, and I look forward to hearing from those community members about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eustace. I know that one is a super tough one. I have a aunt that lives in Kamoku in the Hawaiian homelands there, and you know, that's always been in Council 1, but she calls herself a Waimea resident. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Commissioner
Ms. Bath.
Hughes. Yeah, I really like that on this version, Commissioner Piz's area looks good. I really like that Pohakaloa is in District 3. I think that line for Hamakua and Hilo gets corrected. That'll work. I was looking at the numbers on the deviations, and I'm thinking maybe we could just do something with District 7 and District 6 to give them a little bit more representation there. The deviation is what, 4.83 for Ka'u. I didn't know if there was any way we could give them a little bit more of Council 7. And then also, if you can zoom up to the Kino area.
Can you repeat that? What area did you want me to zoom into?
Commissioner Bath, that question's for you.
Thank you. Sorry. The District 6, District 5 junction by Volcano. If you could just zoom in there. And then go a little to the Ka'u, show the Ka'u. I'm wanting to see the top of District 5 in alignment with the, I'm sorry, the south part of District 5 in alignment with the Ka'u district, please. Okay, I think that that's workable as well. Can I just see the northern part of District 5, please? Yeah, for now, for purposes of discussion, I think it looks good. Other than, you know, the deviations that maybe we can tweak, but this is looking good, this map. I don't know about the Waimea area. I don't know enough about that split, but there is a little bit of a concern there. But I think we can probably work that out. I yield.
Any other discussion?
Oh, just one more thing. Can we see the northern part of District 5? Just scroll down a little bit. I just want to double check one thing on that, please. And then zoom in on that green. And then scroll down so that we can see the Kayao area a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm just not able to bring my map up. And then if you can go to Curtistown, I just wanted to check out the Curtistown area, specifically to the left of Highway 11. I think that's the North Road area. If you can zoom in there. Okay, now go. I'd like to see the above the northern part, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That looks good.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Any other discussion? I believe we have a testifier, Mr. Kalka, if you want to just allot 1 minute.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Matson, I know you're requesting to ask or make a comment.
Yes, mahalo. This is Shannon Matson again. Chair, I'm just wondering if you'd be willing to consider switching the colors. It's a pretty easy switch between Council 9, Council 8, and Council 7. Those colors are just so similar. And for those of us with color blindness issues, it would just really help to differentiate if you'd please consider that. Mahalo.
Any other discussion regarding this draft? All right, so I just kind of want to summarize so that way when I work on this, I can make the correct decisions on redrawing this map. Also, we could do the redrawing now if we would want to, but for Council District 4, we want to include the 4 census blocks from Council District 5 inside that part of HPP, and then have it go 4 or 5 census blocks down to make sure that the deviation is correct. We're gonna have to make a hard decision on Pu'ukapu between District 1 and District 9. Hope that maybe in is it the December 19th meeting, 14th meeting, we can discuss with some of the community members there. Council District 2, try to get it up to Honolulu or Wainaku. And then in Council District, between Council 8 and Council 7, to include 8 into some portion of Kona proper, down to at least the University of the Nations area and Hualalai Road. And then that would also allow Council District 6 to move a little bit more north into Council District 7. Council District 3 seems to be good and proper. Probably got to change up the lines up in Pohakaloa area just to expand it a little bit more. Other than that, did I miss anything? 2 large fries and a shake?
Commissioner Casso?
Miss Louie.
Yeah, I don't know if this is fair to ask, but I think there were, pros and cons both in this map and in James's map, the 2 that we were looking at. I wonder would it be possible for the two of you to work together and come up with one new draft map for us to consider at the next meeting? That would really move us ahead rather than you both working on your own maps. I don't know if that's allowable.
Are you willing to do that?
I'm agreeable to that. I still think we should be presenting the public a couple options though.
I agree.
So that they can see kind of the different directions the commission's going. And I agree with you, Commissioner Louis, about coming together and figuring out one map. I really appreciate that. I don't want to do that, but I also want to present the community an option to look at some different things as well. Thank you.
Perhaps.
Thank you. That does make sense. I agree with that as well. However, I don't know if we're still trying to get done. Actually, just looking at our time frame, we're really tight. So if we have two maps and then the community comments, then we only have like 2 weeks to pull it all together. So I yield.
Chair Cassell.
Mr. Yoshino.
Yeah, is there sort of going along with that idea, is there a way to impose one map on another map just to see where the differences are? And then perhaps making the adjustments at those different points?
From my understanding, Mr. Yoshino, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other discussion?
Chair.
Mr. Hustis.
I think given, to answer Mr. Yoshino's question, it could be possible. We'd have to ask Mr. Jones to do some more tech stuff on the map software though. Just like how we are allowed to, one of the layers you can see the boundary line. So if I'm looking at the chair's map working draft number 1, I can turn on one of the layers that looks at the current council member or the current council map. So it kind of is superimposed that way. I think we just have to ask more of Mr. Jones to do that if we wanted to create these additional layers of the 2 working draft maps. I don't know if we're there at a moment where we're comfortable with both of them to be the current situation they are. I don't think we're that comfortable. We're still kind of working some kinks out. Thanks.
Yeah, it seems to me that we are almost in agreement. There's just some small tweaks to bring both maps into congruence. So if the idea is to create 2 maps to present to the general public, that's okay with me, but I would think that we're almost to the point where we're in agreement on the maps. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, all good summary comments. Thank you, Chair, for that summarization you did of what the differences might be. I like Ms. Louis' recommendation, although I agree that we can't just produce one map. We got to have others. So here's a what if. We have two maps on the table that you folks agreed were a good starting point to begin the final deliberations. And then we had some agreement today for the 2 you gentlemen, the chair and vice chair, to work together to bring all this together, all the comments, produce a 3rd map. So maybe, how about those are the 3 maps that we present to the public. So in effect, we have it. It's just an idea. Thank you.
I think I like that idea. I just would have, I think we would have to look at, because we did vote on 2 working drafts. So my concern would be just to adding another one versus just changing the ones that we already have and the deviations and whatnot to fine tune it a little bit more. There might be more of a procedural to add a third working map, but we haven't really identified what that would look like. So I think that would be the issue with that. But it's a good idea with regards to adding more public input into more options, I guess. Yeah.
Commissioner Casso?
Ms. Louie.
Well, we do have one more meeting before the public meetings. We could take a look at a version 3 that's combines the wonderful thinking of the 2 of you, and approve a third one to present to the public, which occurs one the following week and one the week after. The other option is if we present the 2 and then have a third one that we discuss on the second, kind of in our back pocket, and hoping that there won't be a lot of public comments that change our point of view drastically, that third one might actually be the solution. So either present it as a third option or just kind of keep it as our own working draft.
Question. Would that then, the public would not be able to, would not see that map, that back pocket one? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just thinking we could go either way. We could make the 2 that we're working on their choice, the public ones, but we could have that third one that we're still sort of working on in the background. But I'm fine with having it ready to present to the public as well, either way.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I would just think that the public would need to see whatever we're working on at that we're serious about at that point. Thank you.
Is that
Okay.
Ms. Mellon Lacey?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Mellon
So
Lacey.
the idea, thank you, Mr. Chair. The what is supposed to happen is when we go to the final 2 public meetings, we are supposed to be presenting what you consider to be a finalized draft, not 2 or 3 plans. It's one. And then you take input from the public on that plan, and you could come back and, tweak it or make some adjustments to it. But it isn't to present 2 or 3 plans. It's one plan.
Commissioner Casso, oh, I'm sorry, Stephanie.
Hold on one second. Ms. Mellon Lacey, is what part of the code discuss that? For the charter, excuse me.
Chair, this is Dennis. Ms. Mellon Lacey is looking through her materials away from the desk, but I'll also point out it's in Hawaii County Charter, Section 3-17, Section E. I'm sorry, subsection E. So Charter, Section 3-17, subsection E. And Ms. Mellon Lacey is agreeing. Or she's making her way to the table.
Thank you.
Sorry, yes, I believe it's the charter section, and I neglected to bring my charter today, so I do apologize. But that has been, the thrust of the outline too that is the reason that we had set December 9th as the date to arrive at, a final plan. It's still in draft form, but you don't have the public hearings, the final 2, until you have finalized your plan. And then it's a draft final. You would take the input from the public at that time, and you may change it or you may amend it some, but the idea is it's close to finished.
Commissioner Casso?
Ms. Louie.
And I think Stephanie's hand is raised as well. Just given that, then I go back to my original suggestion, if possible, for you and James to come up with a one plan that we can look at on the 9th and hopefully be able to tweak it well enough to present that one then to the public on the 14th and 16th.
Okay. Sorry, did you yield?
I do. I don't know if I needed to make that in terms of a motion or whatever, but anyway, that's my suggestion. I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Bath.
Meiju just spoke what I was going to say precisely, so I yield.
So if that's a motion, I would second it. This is Dwayne. Okay, it's not a motion, so if Mizu would make it a motion.
Sorry, Mr. Yoshida. Yeah, you're correct. It wasn't a motion, but it can be made a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, if I can make a motion to force more work on the two of you, I don't know how appropriate that is, but my motion is that the chair and vice chair work on to bring together the two versions that we've been considering, the two alternate plans, and come up with one united plan that we can consider on the 9th as the one that we would like to present to the public.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
I was unclear on what the response was from Corp Counsel on what Ms. Bath was saying about how the charter reads.
Ms. Mellon Lacey, are you still there?
What I'm asking is, does the charter say we need one plan, one draft plan for the public hearings? Or is it the discretion of the commission?
I believe we need to have one finalized draft. And that's the one that's going to be introduced to the public. And then that draft is going to be discussed in the public meetings as well as being adjusted in the commission.
Okay, bottom line, we go to the public hearings with one draft plan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear that. Thank you.
Did I get that right, Ms. Mellon Lacey?
Yes, Chair. I now have a copy of the charter. So Section 317E, it's upon completion of a draft redistricting plan, and it says a draft, the commission shall hold at least one public hearing in East Hawaii and one in West Hawaii. So that's the source for this.
Thank you. Any other discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Eustace.
I will be voting no on this. I'm sorry. I think it's really on the entire commission to put the map together. Thank you.
Commissioner Bath?
Ms. Bath.
It was my understanding that the chair and vice chair were going to tweak that Kona area and present that to the commission. Was that correct?
I'm not too sure. No, I don't. Are you talking about for this meeting right now?
No, I understood that you folks were going to go together and you were going to look at the map because there were some issues with the kind of the West Hawaii Kona side, and you guys were going to get together and tweak that. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Oh, what
Chair,
is the,
Chair,
what
if I
is
may,
the
I think-
intent of? Go ahead.
Sorry. Well, I took Chair's suggestions at our last meeting and made those edits to working draft 2. And that was to incorporate all of Ali'i Drive into Council 7. I think we've had some discussion back and forth with Mr. Lopez about that. So we need to kind of make up our minds and find that good breaking point in the Kona area. But that was, so at our last meeting, for clarity, I took Chair's suggestion and made a subsequent iteration of that draft. And so there you can see between either the labeling's odd, but it's either 9 and 9.1 are the two versions, or working draft 2 and 9.1.
So
Thank you.
the intent of you two getting together outside of the meeting would be to tweak that, the issue that you just spoke about, not to tweak the whole map, correct?
No.
No, I took the Chair's suggestions at our last meeting and then went home and created a map based off of his suggestions and then submitted it for the commission.
Correct.
Can I clarify my motion
Yeah.
for Ms. Beth? Yeah,
Ms. Louie.
the motion was that we take the two alternative plans that we considered today, one by Chair Casau and one by Vice Chair Hustis, and that the two of them work together to address the concerns that came up in both plans, because there were positive aspects of both. And I agree with you, Commissioner Hustis, that this is the responsibility of us all. But just as we chose these two drafts to consider today, if on the 9th we could consider one draft that the two of you have some agreement on, that would just move us along a lot quicker. So that's the substance of my motion.
Question?
Ms. Louie, did you yield?
Yes, I'm sorry, yield.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, I guess I'm hearing a different, maybe in a different meeting, but I never heard that we approved anything today. We reviewed draft, the original document 2 version Mr. Eustace presented from the previous meeting approval. We reviewed BK 12, whichever it was, that this commission approved. So those are the two approved. And then we also reviewed and talked about 9.1, right? And then the plan that I submitted, which died it just didn't work. Okay. So as in a meeting that I'm sitting in, we have 2 approved plans and one that we discussed today that there was some favor for. And out of those 3 plans, Chair Casau, you just summarized the results of the discussion across multiple areas in the plan. And I believe that was what Ms. Louie was driving to get the 2 of you to formulate a 3rd plan using today's summary and the 2 plans that were already approved, plus perhaps the 9.1 recommendations. That's where I'm coming from and what I heard today.
Correct.
So the 9.1 has not been put on the list of approved plans, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. It's what you're going to work on and what your basis is to move forward with the summary you provided, which I thought was very good. Thank you.
Any other discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Hustis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a little concerned that the Chair and I would work on something based upon the comments and feedback here today, based on the 2 maps and then any other changes we've made from those. What makes me nervous is that we present one to the commission at our next meeting and we have to make more changes after that. Like that it doesn't satiate everyone, doesn't appease everyone on the commission level, right? So because we're not doing it here and now with everyone and making those changes, I worry that bringing a new iteration of like an amalgamation of the 2 to the next meeting will generate more controversy or concern I'm hoping to deal with as we approach the end here.
Mr. Chair, this is Diana. I'm a little bit confused here. I know we've had a motion. Was that motion ever seconded?
Yes, it was seconded by Mr. Yoshino.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure he had seconded that motion.
yeah.
So sorry.
This is,
Thank you for the clarification. Sorry, go ahead, whoever was about to speak.
I'm sorry for stepping on you, Diane. It's Stephanie.
Ms.
Could you
Bath.
please say the motion again so that we could hear it all again?
Right. Well, my
Ms. Louis.
motion was that the makers of the two alternative plans that we chose to focus on come together to address the different issues that we saw in each of the plans, and to come up with a third option that combines the best features of both, hopefully, for us to consider on the 9th.
Thank you. So my question is,
Ms. Bath.
I think, sorry to just yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
so just for clarification, which two documents are you referring to? Are you talking about BK12 and Doc 9? Or
Yes.
what those?
Or
So
9.1.
BK12 and Doc 9 are the two that I've understood are actively under discussion at this time.
Let me
that the
give some
commission.
clarification. So there's two working drafts right now called Working Draft 1 and Working Draft 2. Working Draft
Yeah.
1 is BK12. Working Draft 2 is Hustis 9. So thank you. So those are the two working draft maps.
Okay. So my question is, somewhere within this discussion, I understood that there was an issue with the Ali'i Drive area that needed to be resolved in order to make Dock 9 more presentable. That's what my understanding was. And that's what my understanding of the chair and vice chair getting together outside of this meeting to work on was the intent, that specifically. And am I in error on that?
Yes, just as the maker of the motion, yes, there were a number of concerns raised
Okay.
in terms of both of the plans,
Okay, thank you. I yield.
which Commissioner Costello summarized very well, as Commissioner Lopez said.
Okay, so the discussion is still on the motion. I think I'm inclined to work on this draft in this current session. That might be the best way forward, because Mr. Hustis and some other commissioners are concerned that the total 9 of us are not going to be a part of that discussion, and so there might be some changes that you folks might not like. But at least if we start this now, we make these little changes, I think we can get a working draft by the end of today. It's currently almost 12 o'clock. Typically this meeting is probably going to run to about 1:30 to 2. And I think that it's doable if we put our minds to it in regards to creating the final draft here.
Question.
Mr. Lopez.
We have 2 approved drafts, or 2 approved possibilities on the table. Which one do we approach? Are we going to do them both?
I think we should just do them both and see where
Do it separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That works. I just didn't understand. Thank you.
This is Ms. Louie, Commissioner Louie, if people are willing to work on it today together, I withdraw my motion.
Commissioner Bath, I support that.
All right, the draft is, the motion has been withdrew. I'd say let's go ahead and get started on building some maps or building the district. So I think staff, I believe somebody added the final working draft BK, whatever it is, document 1, I think it is. I saw it on the site. So if you can go ahead and open that, that one's going to have the changes in regards to District 5 with the 4 census blocks that belongs to HPP. If it's not in there, oh, I don't see it on there. I'll go to recent plans. Maybe it's in everyone. Okay, I'm seeing it here, so I might have to share it. For now, let's go over to working document 2. And how's everybody doing? Do we need to do a break?
Yes, can we please take a break?
Absolutely. I'm going to call a little bit longer so that way we can have like a little bit of a lunch block here. So let's do 30 minutes. We'll call back at 12:30 here. And then we'll go directly to Mr. Eustis's group doc 2.
Chair, we're ready, and Hilo when you are.
All right, calling the meeting back to order. We left off on working group doc 2. Staff, were you able to receive working doc 1? Just out of curiosity.
No.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and look for that. Meanwhile, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Hustis. And did you want to share your screen?
Sure, if that's appropriate, I can share my screen and we make the edits as we go.
I think, is that doable, Mr. Kalka?
Yes, Chair, that should be fine. Just a point of process, and Debbie from elections can confirm. So Mr. Hustis will be making any adjustments as the discussion goes, and that can then be preserved if the commission wants to save that going forward. Is that correct?
I can save it. I can save it as another file. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds actually a pretty clean way to go forward.
If we can call it, like, I don't know, I don't want to make it too long of a name that it's already is, but
Yeah.
working doc 2 draft 1 or something like that.
And Chair, would it be appropriate for me, I did create that 9.1 based off of the previous recommendations. Should I be building it from that one or starting right from working doc 2?
I think it's the same map with the corrections that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
So I think if we just name that the draft 1 and then we work off of that, that should be fine. Because what was the inclusions for that one?
I took into consideration the requests from our commissioners on the east side of the island in the Puna area for seats 4 and 5, and then also the LE Drive on the west side of the island. So we can either revert those changes and go back to working group doc 2, or take those already made changes and go from there.
Let's go back to the doc 2, the original, and then let's start with the changes for that one.
Okay.
That way we kind of know what was changed and stuff. So
okay.
I know that, for example, Mr. Lopez had the like your LE Drive in the doc 1.
Okay.
And so maybe let's work on that one.
Sounds good. So I will pull up. I'm going to share my screen here. I'm going to pull up. This is called 11/12/21 meeting Hawaii County Working Group Doc 2. So this is the other one. This is the one that we've had some discussion about. And let me share my screen. Okay. So this is what I'm looking at here. And the first change I will make here, based upon our, I think, positive feedback from fellow commissioners, was on this area, the eastern portion of the island. So I'm going to start making some changes here, if you don't mind, commissioners.
So you have my okay.
Thank you. sometimes I notice when I use the square dragging tool that it grabs, especially if I'm zoomed way out, it grabs census blocks elsewhere on the island. I've noticed some issues with that. And sometimes, you know, some of you've played with this too. I lock that one just for security here, so I can select all these here.
You do that so seamlessly.
Okay, so this is part of that conversation where, so currently in this iteration here, Council 5 is all the way down here to Kalapana and out towards Kapoho and Pahoa Town, Leilani Estates. And then part of our discussion, and then what I had in 9.1 was that it takes up part of Hawaii Paradise Park here on the more Makai portion. Because as you can see from the numbers here on the bottom, if you can see that Council 4 is 10,000 over and Council 5 is 11,000 under. So the next step here is to take some swaths of HPP and move it into 5. I think I need to take this part of the subdivision too. I think this is where around there's a decent balance between these 4 and 5, but I welcome some feedback in this area. And then I think the other change that was requested was for Council 3. And pushing Council 3 into PTA.
Question.
I think you missed a couple of tiny little pieces.
Mr. Lopez.
Yeah. Well, before we get too far down range here, can we go back to the first change you made and see if there's discussion on that? For example, I've heard so much about not splitting Hawaii Paradise Park, but you've introduced it again. So maybe we need to talk about that before we get all these other changes in here. Would that help? The very first one you did. Okay, so when you first you put that all in orange, and then you went back and you changed it to blue. So, is there for those commissioners affected by this change, how do you feel about how this looks? Okay, accepted. Go on. Thank you. It's just easier for me to incrementally than to try to see what you're doing and then come back and to talk about everything at one time. If that's, for me, that works. Thank you.
No, that's perfect. Sorry for that. I jumped ahead. Yeah, so what I did here is based upon the feedback I received on what I had for 9.1 draft. I basically flipped the two. So Council 5 is all the Mackay portions from Kapoho out in this area, all the way down to Kalapana. So that's in one contiguous district. Pahoa's in one district altogether. But to get closer to a balance of numbers, I did move into Hawaii Paradise Park here.
Oh, okay. Stephanie, Commissioner Bath, volcano areas, I think that there needs to be, it looks like you have fern forest in Ka'u, and that was, yeah, that whole area in the bottom left corner. Can you scroll everything up so we don't see Council 3? Okay, yeah, so the area to the south of
I'm sorry, Miss Beth, your reception is not that strong right now, and we can't hear you.
You've got a subdivision that looks at each, that's our. Can you hear me now?
Still coming in choppy.
Okay, I'll chat.
You're sounding pretty good right there.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fern forest. Okay, if you in that area, it's really important to keep fern forest and the lower part of what you're calling District 4 intact. It's critical that fern forest get moved, remain in that subdivision. And one suggestion would be there are those 4 HPP lots that you have in our area. Perhaps moving those into HPP might remedy. Do you remember where? Go down to, let's address the Upper Puna part first. Can you see where fern forest is? It's southern perimeter is Jungle King Road. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. So that brings the numbers up. So my suggestion might be to go to the bottom of what you're calling District 4 now. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no. So that it's still blue. Fern forest is still blue. That needs to be orange. Can I bring it up a little more to the left? That's
So
all
the
fern forest.
deviation now pushes that district over 7%. Just that addition there. Just want to be clear.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, and it's going to be more. Don't worry about that. Because this is really important. Fern Forest definitely wants to be in District 5. There was a map that had it in District 5 that we looked at. So those last few large rectangles.
What's a road name there that's a boundary line, Miss Beth?
Well, it would be, you're taking Jungle King Road. Okay, so you'd hit on 25, 31. Am I with you?
No, I think we lost you there.
Am I with you?
Yes.
Am I with you now?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at I'm trying to get some names for you. Go from, do you see the census block that has 38 and below? Do you see those from the Volcano Highway? You want to do is you want to go to the left of where you have it, from the orange and the blue, and start clicking.
Do you want all of that section there?
That whole, well, wait a minute. You might have already accomplished it. I need I apologize. I'm not able to bring up the can you minimize, just zoom out? I'm just trying to see, oh, I just lost you. I lost the screen.
Mr. Akamu,
There it is, okay.
You said, Mr. Akamu, did you say a particular road name?
Yeah, where you have it currently divided, Kahala Road, that's just currently where it's divided right now, currently, the council districts, right? Where the blue and orange, that's how it is right now. So currently that Ali'ianela subdivision area is currently in the Ka'u part. It's part of that Volcano Village part that's in Ka'u. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's the way yeah, and I'm sorry. And that's the way it should remain, to have the fern forest in District 5, but we're calling it District 4 right now. So so that brings the numbers up, which means we've got to go back down to Highway 130. And those four, there are those four, I think it's four. No, there are 6 lots that were HPP, the ones that are southwest of the highway. Yeah, okay, that's good. Now, how are the numbers? Did that help at all? Not significantly, yeah.
So just for clarity, this Council 4 in the orange is over 8%, and Council 5 is looking good, but it has some weird continuousness issues, I would imagine. The problem right now is with Council 6.
Boy, yeah. So weren't we talking about going into South Kona on that
Yep, we can go there.
before?
Is there anything else I should be adjusting here, though, commissioners? I have part of HPP
I
still
think
hanging out.
maybe you can lock this. Maybe you could lock 4 and 5 for now. Oh wait, 4 is not looking good. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. I see.
Quick question. Question.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes. This for Ms. Bath. Why do we have those 4, go up to the right a little bit. Why do we have those 4 lots in District 5? It just looks so weird. What was the purpose of your change for that? Are those people associated with more with the blue than the orange?
I believe that part is HPP, and that goes all the way down the road there. But Ms. Bath, are you still available?
Yeah, that looks better. I don't know if it'll come.
Yeah, if I wanted to keep, I know there are those 4 part of HPP, but this whole census block here is, if I'm not mistaken, part of HPP as well. So I'm not sure if moving those 4 on the southern half of the road 130, you're giving them the opportunity to switch into Council 5, but not all these other people that live north of on the north side of HPP here. And these census blocks alone now have pushed Council 5 over 3,000 positive.
Do we lose Ms. Bath?
It's Stephanie. Yeah, I apologize. This morning, are we looking at Doc 9 right now?
This one is the working group Doc 2, which is derived from Doc 9, correct?
Okay, I really apologize. I didn't catch that this morning when the fern forest was in Ka'u. I apologize. It looked really good. So yeah, so now I just apologize because I did not catch that. And I can see how the numbers are. Would it be possible for us to go into Kona and let me sit on this for a little while?
What was the number in 5? The ending number, or is that 4?
Sorry, Chair, which one?
Council 5, what was the ending deviation number?
Deviation, if I put all of HPP, there's one sliver of White Paradise Park that I didn't put in. So if I just say for the purpose of it, put all of Hawaii Paradise Park into there, we're at 14%. So the continuity of Hawaii Paradise Park with Kapoho all the way down to Kalapana, because we've had lengthy conversations about this community, and Commissioner Bath, you attested that these communities all affiliate with each other. So putting them together, I had to take part of HPP as part of that, but now if you put all of HPP together, we're over 14% positive there.
What is that, 4,000 people?
That's 32.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that,
Right. So go ahead.
does that, so with that change, right, we would still have to have District 4 move into there. And if we wanted to add more across the entire island, we have to go through every single district.
Yes. Because it creates this domino effect where we've given this one district, 3,200 beyond the number we're aiming for. And I know we have the deviation to give us the break for communities and give some leeway for communities size and area around communities. But now there are 3,200 less and fewer people to give to the other districts that may need it. So in this particular iteration, because of how the proximity to other districts, 5 can only give to 4 here. Logically, it can't give to 3 or 2, right? It's impossible. So 5 can only give to 4 here. You couldn't give, from my understanding, you can't give to 6. There's no connectivity. So it has to give to 4 in this case.
Can you scroll into district where HPP and District 3 match up?
They don't match up in this case. That's part of District 4 that pushes into KL.
I'm sorry. I keep thinking of District 5 as the names are confusing. So can you look at District 5, what you're calling District 5 and District 3 are?
Okay. So
I think it's important that we switch
I think you have to drop the conception about
those
the street
boxes
name.
and change those eventually.
Yeah, so don't worry about those right now. I do have some concern about this iteration, kind of divides the Pane'ewa homelands here. So there may be some issue there too. But it maintains.
Can you make it a little smaller so we could see that HPP, Harry? Okay, I think that what the issue is that when the way that it's drawn, originally the thought was to give that part of HPP to district, I guess it was district, whatever district Keaukaha is, I believe that's District 2, and do it that way. But what you did was, you know what, I'm going to yield because I think I'm taking too much time right now, and I don't have the technology right now. Things are not connecting here, which means I should not Zoom. I have to come in. But I'm taking too much of the commission's time to try to help me here. If it's possible to take that section that's, oh boy, Yeah, I'm going to yield. I just don't have the technology here to do this right now.
Um, Commissioner Casal,
Ms. Louie,
just on the Paneva question, it looks like you could move that into, wait a minute, is it District 4? To unite Keokaha and Paneva without, or wait a minute, or from 4 to 2, I mean, because Council 2 has too few people anyway. Of course, so does Council, so does so does Council 4 for the moment, but at least uniting might help. I don't know. I yield.
we would still have to accommodate more in District 4. So the only place that we have to take some parts of it is HPP, correct?
At this point, I mean, we did start pushing into Council 6, and we've gone this far down Volcano Highway. I am concerned about this other side too, above Mountain View. We've gone, it's kind of a little lopsided, maybe. It's not as, the shape is irregular, but yeah, so I don't know. I'm concerned about some of these areas of more Mauka of Mountain View.
The Mountain View area itself, to Ihope Road and Stainback Highway, which is northwest of the Volcano Highway, that is the Mountain View community. So cutting that off and giving it to Ka'u would be problematic. Yeah, that area. But that just adds more numbers to four dash District 5. Those names at this time, change the number on those districts. I know that Shannon had mentioned that there was a way to do that, because it would be like for Kona talking about District 7 is District 8 and District 8 is District 7 and having the conversation that way. It's really confusing. But I don't know if that's doable now.
I can't change the name of it. We can change the color of it. If you wanted to change the district, you would have to redo the map all over again. So in this case, I think for right now, based off what we can see, I think it might be good just to leave it the way it is so that we don't take up too much time flip-flopping 4 and 5 around.
So question for the commissioners, where can I give?
District 4 is District 5 and District 5 is District 4. Can we?
I'm sorry, you cut out there for a second. I didn't hear you, Commissioner Bath. What should I do with some of the population deviation here between 4 and 6?
May I interject a suggestion? Because Ms. Bath has some real needs to make things the way she'd like them. And we as a commissioner are kind of standing back and hitting missing. So perhaps we could leave it the way it was introduced and let her go off and design that area on her own and come back and give us what she'd like to see.
I agree.
Otherwise,
For this one?
we'll be here all night.
Let's hold off for 4 and 5 for now, and then Mr. Eustace, let's head over to Kona.
Okay, we're here on the west side now. Chair and Commissioner Lopez, did you have any feelings or thoughts? Did we want to focus on the boundary between 6 and 7, or did you want to talk about 7 and 8?
I'm good with your 7 and 6. I would like to open up a conversation with 7 and 8.
Okay.
And perhaps the best way to go about this is to do it in kind of in the original lines from the previous commission. But if we also include Hualalai Road, it's kind of that road there with that 600 and 500. My eyes are not what it used to be. Okay, you see where the University of the Nations is? Right over there, yeah. So I think that can go into 8. And then that huge census block and that smaller ones. Is that too far up, Mr. Lopez?
You know, I was, as a compromise, understanding what difficulty we have, I was happy with the way it looked because it maintained the integrity of
Downtown
Kalua, Kona, and surrounding municipalities, and then didn't fuss around with the Ali'i Drive issue. So I was happy with, as a compromise with this version.
Can you scroll down into that V section right below Kuakini Highway? Yeah, right in there, Luna Pule.
Luna Pule.
How many people is in there? 200.
That one says 287.
So 300 approximately.
Yeah, approximately 300 between those two census blocks.
Luna Pule would be make it a little bit more straight. That would help, but pulls the deviation. Oh no, you're still on deviation.
So
Okay,
right, looks good.
would you be okay with that, Ms. Wilkes?
Pardon?
Would you be okay with that? Bringing the District 8 up to Luna Pule?
Would I be okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We're still with our deviations are
Yeah, we're
good.
over
we're
2
still-
and -2.
Yeah.
Okay, then
I'm happy to protect the core, and you've done that with this version.
I'm good with District 7, 6, 7, and 8 on the west side.
Okay, shall we look at so I just want to be clear on the 6, the boundary was 6 here. I did try and all of Captain Cook is in 1 for at least more of the core of Captain Cook. I know there's some large residential areas here. But we have an issue here with 6. It's under 4,000, so we just have to be mindful of that.
If I'm not mistaken, if we readjust, well, once we readjust 5, we're gonna be pushing more towards Kona. So I think we just got to
be prepared for that.
Be prepared for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
obviously that's this side of Kona is
Okay.
going to change, I think.
Okay, so we'll leave that for now then. Do you mind if I jump to, with Commissioner Yoshina's input, Pohakuloa, well, the majority of it at least, that looks, there are some weird census block lines here, but majority of it is in Pohakuloa. There is a junction between kind of the districts right here at Old Saddle Road that might be a good breaking point for the districts, or majority of Puhakuloa training, especially the barracks themselves and the airfield are all in seat 3.
That's good for me. Thank you.
Okay, and do I dare talk about the Waimea area? So we can start, a lot of this shifted things north because we targeted Honolulu as the breaking point for seats 1 and 2. So this is right along the Honolulu stream, and I believe it follows Honolulu stream all the way up Mauka to headwaters there. I'm in the Humu'ula area. Now, this is all seat 1, but seat 1 does push into Waimea here. And I'm curious to see what the public says about something like this for this particular area, but it does keep the Pu'ukapu homeland, which is all here. We can see this Mana Road kind of comes down and it does split the homeland, Pu'ukapu that is. But now it's all in one. It takes the more rural, well, even part of the core of Waimea too, but the rural ag focus of Waimea, including up in Waikiki area, which is more rural ag in that council seat 1, but it does incorporate parts of more of a urban core of Waimea in there as well. So it does push into Waimea, and it splits at, it's not taking into, some of the homes that abut the Kaihai Road here and the core of the whole entire core of Waimea. Shopping centers are all in Council 1, post office in Council 1, so kind of that urban core of Waimea. There are, and then if you go along Kaihai Road, it also split, and then it kind of breaks also here at Kohala Mountain Road and carries up here. So this was just this particular census block, which I have concern about. I highlighted it there for you to see.
It's a rhinoceros.
It is possible this could be in one or the other district. There aren't many residents in between these here, so that one could switch easily.
Commissioner Louis, I don't have any point of view on those 19 people either way, but I like what you've done. I mean, as you said, originally we had a choice between pushing farther down into Hilo or pushing farther up in Waimea, and I definitely prefer this this version. I think it's good. And if I was a Waimea resident, I think I would prefer to be all together, even though some people are a little bit more rural than others, but still it's all one thing, as far as I can tell. James, you probably have more insight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a point of contention, I think, at the public hearings. We're dividing Waimea, so there'd be two voices for the Waimea area, 2 representatives. Some of the reasoning I kind of perceived is everything, and unfortunately down Kaihai Road, the Waikoloa Village area and the coastal areas, this is more of a coastal resort node and hub. Hawaii and Kapau is kind of an outlier to that, unfortunately, but wanted to make sure that they were together up on the north side of the island. They have very similar voices up there and requests of elected officials. So it will be something to take note of when we hear from the public on these here in this particular area.
Right. If I can, it seems like the farther you go down Kauai Road, the more people might relate to Kauai and Waikoloa, but it's just the ones, and it's not that many people at the very top that are separated from the people on the other side of Kauai Road there. But it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible to, it may be possible, let's look at the numbers here between 1 and 9.
Mhm.
It would be
That's
giving
true.
more to Council 1, but there are some in this area along, especially this area here is all farm. This is all
Yeah.
Lalamilo, so that could switch over. And there's even Lalamilo Hawaiian Homes here, which I'm actually surprised there are 4 residents there because it's not built out.
4. Interesting.
Yeah, they may have, that's actually kind of an anomaly, I think, because
Yeah.
there are no homes there unless, no, because it's still on the side of the, yeah. There are a lot of streams here that are following, the census blocks are following these streams here. So you have Waikoloa Stream, a lot of ones that run along Kauai Road here in parallel to Kauai Road.
Mhm.
Let me just do a quick change and see what it looks like here if I just switch them out of curiosity.
I think it might be too many people. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, it did push 1 over 5% now.
Right, that's a little steep. Well, I guess I would recommend that we leave it the way it is and just hear from people before we try to massage it any further. If there's strong protest, then we'll have to see what we can do.
Would it be possible to revisit with the commissioners for our connections to seat 6 and talk about that a little bit, where it pushes into a little bit more and where we can gain some population back? And at this point, Council 4 has to let go of some members as well.
Okay, what was the question again regarding District 6?
Yeah, so let's see. So Council 6 is 18% under in this current iteration, 4,181. And Council 4 in this case is 15% over.
Okay, so these are the result of the time spent with Miss Bath today.
Yeah, just the shifting.
Okay, this wasn't the original. Okay, now I know where we are. Thank you.
So I think Commissioner Kamu, you know, just in terms of pushing it up into Kona more, you had suggested that. How would that work? Of course, then that affects 7.
Yeah, that's, I guess, the challenge is how do we try to incorporate some of this southern part of Council 7 without affecting the Ali'i Drive and the Kailua Central, and that's Kavena's area, right? So then so I'm stuck between Kavena and Nam. And so, you know, I guess that's the push and pull that we have. But I admit we have to get numbers from somewhere. So we might have to grow into that fern forest area. Which will not make people,
so I have a question on that.
I mean, at least
let Mr. Akamo go ahead.
Oh yeah, but at least, you know, if we do put that out, I expect that we will hear more, and I will hope that we can, you know, get this, if that becomes part of the draft that we're letting the public, you know, view for comments. I'm sure we'll get a lot of comments about that, and that's expected.
Ms. Bath.
Yeah, so one of my concerns concerned this for Ka'u
Sorry, Miss Beth, your
and
your connection
their
is a little spotty here.
representation, because I know the village, Volcano Village.
Miss Beth, can you hear us okay? All right, I'm gonna, when she comes back online, I'll have her go next.
I'm back.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm back.
Thank you. Miss Beth.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so when I look at District 6 and I see, I see Ka'u is, Hawaiian Ocean View, Waiuhinu, well, the whole thing, but it really extends into different neighborhoods and communities. And I think anyone that kind of knows about Ka'u is aware of that. And my concern for Ka'u is that they're going to be getting representation in whoever represents them is going to be representing South Kona, Hawaiian Ocean View Estates, Na'alehu, South Point, Pahala, and then so that's part of it. And then the volcano. So when you do just include Fern Acres, then that's an upper type of a thing. So the vote for Ka'u is really going to be, and the representation could come from South Coda. It could come from Fern Forest, and each of those are very, very different. So the concern about in two areas that radical and those people not being represented in their district, but for Ka'u as well. And I just wanted to put that on the table, especially for the District 6 commissioner, how you feel about that.
I think because this is for our county council seat, it becomes
I don't know if
it becomes especially important for that person to be able to reach out and make connection with all of these different communities. So I think that would be especially important, but you're right, there are many communities that our council member will have to represent, but probably in all the other council districts as well, there are a diversity of different groups and communities to work with. So it's definitely a challenge. And I think that is a concern that we share because typically, if you have a representative that is more tied up with a constituent in one particular area, it may prove difficult for others. But I think, again, that comes down to having hopefully a really good council member for your district also. And looking at the council district 7, that's an area that maybe we can balance some from that lower part or the eastern part of that area. But yeah, it's a challenge, but I would say that it's not one that is insurmountable. And it's one that we kind of deal with already because for our state representative, the lines is split right down the middle of Ka'u. So Pahala side has one state rep and Na'alehu Waiuhinu side has another state rep. So it's something that we deal with already for state legislature. Thank you, I yield.
This is Bronston. I was thinking if when we decide to move Council District 6 northward into District 7, the original lines would go to right before Halaki'i Street, which is on your top left there. I know that probably would give you some leeway once we figure out the deviations for 4 and 5. So once, I think that would probably be the max I would push it towards. Mr. Lopez, did you have something?
Yes, we've gone into discussion about District 6, which is valuable, but we've introduced discussion that really hinges back on the problems. We haven't solidified District 4 and 5 yet. And that's what's pushing this discussion over here, I think. So why don't we solve the problem we've got before we go and try to fix something that we may not need to fix? I mean, we're just going round and round and round here, and we're talking about different things, but not solving the immediate short-term problem, and that's District 4.
I agree with that, Mr. Lopez, mostly because every single district that we've gone to so far, it says, but we have to wait till 4 and 5 is completed. So we might have to have a little bit more of a lengthier conversation, if that's all right with everybody, on council 4 and 5, and trying to figure out what to do with working group doc 2.
Chair Casa.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, could I ask for recess, short recess, please?
5-minute recess.
Okay.
Did you decide what time you were going to go? Yeah. I'm just wondering, did you want to save that date for state days, or would you like me to chop it up and turn it into something else? Unless you wanted to do it. All right. Yeah, you want to do, you want to just, we still have enough chili for one more evening tonight. You want to do that? That's true. Well, there's enough for 2 bowls anyway for 2 of us. Yeah. It's not a ton, but it's enough for 2. Oh yeah, there's plenty. Yeah. All right. Right. Well, yeah. Well, for me, just the chili is fine. Remember, I completed mine last night, but we have to cook the rest of it. So I'll have a small piece, but really the chili is plenty for me. But since you don't want to eat it, yeah, over that. Okay, so in terms of vegetables, we could just do peas, or we could do broccoli. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, if we eat before you leave. Oh, I wasn't sure. I think Hi, Stephanie. Well, I'm on my phone. Oh,
Commissioner Lee, can you mute yourself actually?
oh, sorry.
Calling meeting back to order. I wanted to change the discussion a little bit, move over to working group doc 1, if everybody's okay with that. Mostly because, the contention with working group doc 2 in regards to District 4 as well as District 5. So I would, if there's no objections, I'd like to move forward with this one. Okay, without hearing any, Mr. Hustis is gonna take control on changing up the maps here. So if we can have maybe discussion in regards to, let's just go in order. Maybe start with District 1.
Okay. I believe I gave my comments before, and I don't have anything new to add. Again, I would prefer to have the boundary moved up to Honolulu Stream. I mean, let me say, I just really liked James is 1, and in a way I would just say, could we lock that in and work from there? Yeah, so yeah, I don't really want to repeat myself on this one.
Is there a possibility to move Honolulu Stream on this one? I know that we would have to change something up in District 8 and 9.
Chair, shall we try that then? Would you like to try it here?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to play with working doc 1 here. And I can turn on at your request if you want to see where the current council lines are. So that's the
cool.
yellow highlights the council lines. So I can leave that on if you want to. All right.
Okay.
So, let's see. Okay, so let's tinker with this. So I'm going to be moving and adjusting this line for Council 2 up to Honolulu.
So James, do it gently now.
And there were 6 people living in the park the day they took the census, it looks like.
Okay.
But following, okay, let me just make sure I'm following the Honolulu Stream here, because there's Kaiviki Stream, and then Honolulu kind of is on north side of that.
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry, I'm just looking up for the headwaters here. Go as far as it says up to Hakalau. So it's kind of at the, yeah. All right.
Now, if I remember correctly, we weren't able to accomplish, if we wanted to deviate back a little bit from Honolulu to Wainaku, it was hard to accomplish that because the census block makes like a weird U shape, right? From Honolulu to
yeah, so let me see if I can find that, Chair. There's a Mauka census block. Let's see. I think it's, I don't know if it's that one.
I think that is that
But
one.
this might be it. You see where it on the northern boundary of the census block is
Yeah.
Honolulu, and then the other side is Wailuku.
Yeah, it'll be really difficult to draw back to Wainaku.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the only question I have about this is what does Hilo lose on the south side of that? In other words, the boundary between 2 and 3. Is there any loss there?
I haven't, Commissioner Yoshino, I haven't made any changes. Are you offering part
Okay.
of Hilo up to Council 3 then?
Oh, no. I'm just curious.
I wonder if the original council, to the 2011 council district, they can kind of see it there. If
Yeah.
that would be the same amount, then to reduce
Yeah,
the deviation.
it looks the same, yeah. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oshini. So Chair, would you like me to adjust it to the current line then and see how that plays?
Yeah, what is Council District 3 looking like though? Is that 1400?
Yeah,
3 is also over.
if for some reason, when I loaded this map up, this map already had Council 3 at 1400 over. Was that from your recollection, the right thing?
No, I think it was, I think it was below 5, but I must have adjusted something before it became a working doc.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me try
What is-
some. I'm going to save this quickly and just pull up the other 12 you have and see if there's a difference there, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, that's fine. I remember what it was. We were working on District 3 and 4, taking part of HPP, and then I moved things around. So that's probably why it has a 1400.
Okay, I'll just open up a previous one and see if there's any line changes there. Okay, let's see. Because there was the 12 and the 12 original.
I believe it was the original.
Okay, let me just take a look here. So here it shows,
Yeah,
about just under 5% over.
yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay. And then let me just take a look. These are pretty much the same, weren't they? The original and
It looks like
Yeah, it looks like it.
the boundaries are the same.
yeah, that's it. So there must have been some just slight adjustment that put it just a little bit above, closer to 6% then. Okay, I'll return back to the one we were working on. So shall we propose
Thank you.
making some adjustments, go back to the current boundary line then to see how that adjusts the population count?
And then that would go into Council District 3, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it will, yeah, as you see down here, that it will jump it up even more, so we'll have to adjust accordingly.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Can at least use this as a starting gauge to see where we are then. Okay. And then put these in the C2 is under 1,000 right now. So take these in this.
In that sense, it's about a 370. Yeah.
Okay.
And then 800.
100 there.
Yeah, that's good.
So that puts us at a reasonable value for seat 2.
Mhm.
Still short 500, but we're approaching a better medium, the happy medium there, I think then.
Could you take a little bit more, given it used to be in 2 anyway, the little part to the south of that,
Yeah,
where
let's
the
see.
yellow,
Okay, there's quite a large population in here.
too big.
So let's see what it does though.
Oof, that's a lot, yeah.
So now it jumped over to 11%.
Wow.
Just that change.
Yeah. How about just taking half of it? Oh.
Let's see.
The half to the west, maybe, or, although it doesn't make a lot of sense. Right? Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's a good
Good dividing line.
here. Like you see this Alu Street, it doesn't go all the way through, unfortunately.
It kind of does.
Almost, yeah.
That might be a good starting.
Okay, I'll take this, the western side here. That does take some of the large, it eats at the little bit we gave, the large amount we gave to C3. Okay. All right. So that put, so we can kind of go back to that seat two, this okay place maybe. But seat one, we're short about 3,000. Shall we move to the western side of Council 1 then?
Mhm.
So this is what was presented previously. It just starts shifting things around in a circle, more or less. All right. So if we put for stars, we can do all of Pu'ukapu.
Mhm.
And also, original Hawaiian homes here in Kuhio Village
Mhm.
along Kamamalu Street there. So we're
Yeah.
still, sorry, Commissioner Louis.
No, that's good.
Okay.
Keep on grabbing.
Now this is an interesting census block that I have concerns about. It's
Yeah.
this one here.
Yeah.
This one, I want to have, when we have our conversations after we submit our maps, we need to have discussions about these and what to do with these and submit them to the census. Because I'll just identify a couple of areas here for you. These are subdivisions off of Mamaloa Highway.
Right.
And yet it's all this Mauka portion too, that is all, no one lives up here.
Yeah.
It's forest and forest reserve. And yet it touches residential things all along here. Keakakea
Right.
Place, Waikelehua, all in core of Waimea, and it buckles around Church Road. And then yet it goes all the way to the main intersection in Waimea. This is a problem.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to grab
That.
looking for more
chunk.
numbers, yeah. Then I have to grab the Church Road as well.
We're still under, so.
Yeah. Let's see here. This is a future development area in Waimea out here,
Mhm.
but this is the community hospital. These are the other shopping center. Oh yeah, so I should mention that there's another shopping center across the road in this area. So this is part of a subdivision. We just broke up part of a subdivision. So you'd have to take the rest of the subdivision, right?
Right. And Holoku is really kind of part of all of that as well.
Yeah, exactly. So this is an interesting census block here too, because it
Yeah. Crazy. It goes all the way down to the airport.
So this is a residential area. This is the Parker Ranch racetrack and the airport.
And the airport.
And then it goes out to the Pu'us out here. Yeah.
That's a crazy census block too.
So this is doable somewhere around here unless you want to capture more. But right now we're at, under on 4% under. I missed.
Yeah. One. I mean, in your map, James, you did have a little bit more of Waimea.
I did, yeah. I pushed a little bit further. I mean, it's possible to leave it here and it touches the core of Waimea. Mine was a little bit more extreme where it goes up Kohala Mountain Road some.
Right, right.
And maybe because I was trying to get, to a better number there for Waimea.
Right, right. Well, what do you think in terms of the community of interest?
Tough to say.
Hmm.
You know, a lot of these people, and you're familiar with this, Commissioner Louis, that a lot of the residents that live from Pauilo, Honoka'a, or even beyond commute through Waimea to work along the coastal areas.
Hmm.
So they live and vote in one area but work in another, and this would be much
Yeah.
of the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a great commute through Waimea every day.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, if it's the same, then they're similar in their needs and interests. So,
Yeah.
If we took a little bit more, that would probably be okay. Yeah, but they're odd shaped pieces in here.
Yeah, just trying to make it look halfway decent too. Could even use Old Saddle Road as another breaking line here as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
So just want to give some options here.
Right. So far, you haven't really. Oh, there, you finally got a few people.
Yeah, these people just live on the Mauna Kea side of Waikiki. But this is a previous line here from the current.
Mm.
So that could be a
Right.
break point there, or it takes part of this, or council. So this is a weird part here. So maybe council 2.
Yeah, that looks
But
like it
that's
too.
it's an odd thing because you're already over the summit of Mauna Kea and you're all of a sudden on the west side of the island.
That's all 0 people, so that should just go into 2 probably.
It could, yeah, it could. Yeah, I can try that for now, see what it looks like. Then it's just more contiguous there.
Yeah,
All right.
it just looks more. Yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry.
that's a possibility there. So shall we visit Kona side then?
Did we make a deviation number there for 1?
So one we're sitting at just under 4%, negative 4%, 3.99. So for council 1.
Right. And then what about 9? I know
9,
that's reduced.
yeah,
to-
so 9 we've lost, so we're negative 10.
Okay, what if you incorporated parts of Kalawa? I guess that census block is really,
This one here,
yeah.
Yep.
Maybe do your map in North Kona
and push to what is
right
that,
before
Ka'imanani?
Ka'imanani Palisades, yeah.
Okay. So we'll take these. You made this block, Chair? This one right here, that was your idea?
Yeah. No, it's your idea.
No, did you draw this one?
Oh, no. Somebody much smarter than me did.
But as you see, this is what I'm concerned about. It encircles other census blocks. All right. So 9, all the way flush with Ka'imanani.
Mr. Lopez, do you think Ahikawa would be the cutoff line for this? I think it's the 3rd row. There it is right there. Yeah.
Ahikawa.
Yeah, Ahikawa. Yeah. So that way it's all congruent.
Okay, let's see. Okay. So that puts council line a little bit over at about 1,300 over. Yeah, this census block here is trouble as well.
That could be an argument for grabbing a little bit more of 9 for 1 in the Waimea area.
That's true. That's true.
One was at a negative deviation already, right?
It was negative, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what do we have till -5?
-4.
-4.
So it could be the Waikiki area is a small addition, or pushing further down Waihai Road in Waimea.
What if you added Lalamilo into it?
So yeah, 157 in the large Lalamilo block, and then these each about another 100 here in the Huli Circle. Then it follows along Waikoloa Stream. Still can give some, let's see.
In some ways, it might make more sense to take some of those little census blocks north of Lalomilo. On the other hand, it's hard because there are big numbers in some of those. And then you've got things all split up. I think I tried to look at that once.
Because this one has 370 there.
That's better. And is that okay, James? Do you think to cut that off from the part of Waimea, like right above where you've got the boundary now?
Hard to say there. Yeah, some more affluent areas here in Waimea.
Well, in that case, they might be okay with being with Javi in North Kohala.
Would it be better if it went north versus the middle section of?
Went north. Sorry.
The way you had it.
Up along
the
Kohala
Mountain Road
instead of this Lalomilo area.
Correct.
Okay, let's try that out. So take this on the more Mauka portion.
Right.
Okay.
Similar to what you had.
I mean, even that, where is this? What is this stream here?
That was the original way I drew it when I was trying to do mine, but I'm not arguing that it's the best.
That's one possibility. I had to go up further, but that is, that's a close number there too. Yeah. I can leave that there for now. It does kind of balance out a little bit more. And then it puts 9 at a better number here. How do we feel about this boundary line here for our Kona commissioners?
Trying to recover some population. North. There it is. So there we've got 81. Took all that down back. If I repossess everything down to 20,000.
Yeah, the tricky thing is this the big census block here. And you see how it wraps around all these other small blocks? Well, yeah. So it has to go, everything inside of it has to go one way or the other. But this census block, I mean, look at it goes all the way above Kukio.
Repossessing the 5,000.
Commissioner Lopez, you mind turning your, sorry.
Sorry. Okay. So let's repossess that whole section there we just gave to 9. See what it does to us.
These up here on Ahulani.
Yes, all the way up in,
Oh, I have the wrong, sorry. One second. Like this one here. Just gonna keep an eye on this here.
there's a boundary north of that.
Keep
No,
going.
no, keep going north, yeah. To the end of that, right
This-
up there
this
where the
whole
yellow
area?
line, yeah, that whole area.
It will offset it a bit. Let's see.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a number in here. Yeah, so now,
We're still under.
well, now Council 9 is short again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Try to
Okay, you're right.
Ahilani or Loloa Drive. You can kind of see that
Right here.
a little bit Mocha or a little bit more north.
Loloa,
See that Loloa there? Yeah.
A little low.
Loloa north.
Let that be the boundary between 9. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. What's that do? Yeah, 9 is back in good shape.
Okay,
I didn't do much.
so we need to tackle some boundary with 7 and 8 then.
Can I, Commissioner Louis, can I interject just for a second?
Ms. Louis.
I mean, what you said about the more affluent part of Waimea being above Kauai Road, that made me think that maybe they should stay in 9 and Lalomilo and that area that is more rural to stay with District 1. And that I believe would give, because we wouldn't be taking quite as much, that would give a little bit more numbers to District 9.
Yeah, it's on both sides of Kauai Road, you're gonna find housing like that. And they're just, yeah, just this is up Wester Brown, Hoku'ula, but also some of these subdivisions in here as well. They're kind of more or less the same in terms of that housing.
Right, but Lalomilo and going down below that is more rural. But I'll leave that up to you, James. It's you know that area better than me.
Yeah, just trying to see what, yeah, trying to keep something. Let me just leave it for a second and then we'll come back to
Okay,
it.
sure. I wasn't sure if it would help with numbers for 9 and others.
Yeah, I can try that switch again here in a moment and see how it goes one way or the other. Because we can try either side. Let's.
Chair Costa,
Mr. Yoshina.
yeah, just because I'm curious about this one. There is a DHHL Hawaiian Homes development right north of Kauai High. I'm wondering where that is.
Yeah, the north of Kauai is right here.
It's Mocha of it, right?
Yep, it's all this here.
Okay, so that's in District 9, is it?
That's correct. That's all the Kailapa. Yep, this is all Kailapa, all the swine homes. And then they abut them is Kohala Ranch. So you have
Right.
some
Okay.
level affluent. Yeah, these are some, yeah. This is all the Kailapa subdivision and.
Thank
Swine
you.
Homestead. But they're all in one district there. Yep. I know we had some testimony about that.
So on the Council 8's deficit here, going into Council 7, I'm okay with it going to the original boundary line, which is right at Hualai Road.
Yeah,
so
let's try that.
I'm
That
sure
looks
that,
like, that looks like the one we just came from, the other man.
yeah.
Go ahead. Take a look
So
at
you
that.
said Hualalai Road, Chair?
Yeah, so it's the original boundary line. You can kind of see it there, yeah.
So all of Nani Kailua,
All of Nani Kailua, Mauka,
you want the Malka portions too?
yeah.
Okay. To kind of match the current lines?
Yep.
All right. And then also following down into Kona Town?
Yeah,
Hualalai as
I
well?
believe this is the Pines. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that in there too.
Okay.
What does that bring us?
So that puts 8 at 1.7 under.
Negative.
So we'll need to tackle 7 next.
Okay. Mr. Lopez,
Yep.
do you think if it went all, if the district went all the way down into the bottom portion of Hualalai Road? Because I believe that census block goes from the credit union all the way to Halahalawai. So if we wanted to put that part of Ali'i Drive into Council
That,
8.
above University of Nations?
Mr. Hughes, scroll into Halahalawai. This is down left. No, no other way.
Did I miss it?
In downtown.
Oh, downtown.
Yeah.
Sorry. Misheard you there.
Keep going up.
Yeah, it is. It's right here.
Yeah,
There
that's it
is.
right there. So that would be the boundary line. So you see how that census block kind of goes across like that. We could add that in there.
No, the northern portion.
Yeah.
Back in District 8.
Yep.
Yeah.
So all of these are on the bay?
That's all in the bay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll put this one into 8, correct?
Correct. And then
And then everything-
Hualalai Road or Halahalawai will be the boundary.
Right there.
Yeah.
There.
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
And I'll throw the bay in as well.
Okay. Well, 8 is in good stead.
Looking good there?
Yep, yep, that looks good to me.
Okay, so we'll have to move south then for 7 to gain more.
If you're gonna gain in 7, I would do the start from the Konawaina school, because I did it to a what is that called? I did it to an old coffee road as the boundary line between the north part of 7 and 8 or 7 and 6. So if we want to move a little bit closer, adding in Konawaina, I think that would be a good start on the Mauka end.
What was the name? Cole Road, you said?
No, go up north a little bit more. Keep going, right there. So that's that road right there where this boundary line is. So that's Konawaina School.
Yeah.
And then that census block is just coffee farms.
This one here.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we can take all of that going all the way to the bypass intersection, which is right there where your
Okay.
mouse is. Yeah.
so that up to this one here.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
What is it at now?
Now we're at still under 7.8%.
1,700 people.
Yes.
Negative.
But then you have to take that whole subdivision up on the Mauka side.
All above here.
Yeah, because
Okay.
that's going to be right around 1,000 at least.
Now you're, no,
Yeah, there you go.
628 under, yeah.
There are some Malka residents up here too.
All right.
Now you're under 2% there.
Okay, perfect. And then
Can we go back to 8 where the University of Nations was also,
Yeah.
I want to refresh my memory here. Can you expand? I can't read those. Zoom in a little bit,
Zoom in more.
please. Thank you. And go down some. The other way. Sorry. What area is that? 501
Where do you see that?
or 6, what is it? 6 right up to the right. Is that below where it says Council 7, right up there?
Yeah, that's, I think that's Hamburger Hill. No, that's like the Mazda dealership going all the way down to,
This one here.
Okay.
yeah. But I think it also includes the elderly homes on the Holala Road.
And what's to the right of that? Aloha Kona looks like.
No, that's.
Oh, that's the highway.
That's,
That yellow line, the highway?
Yep, Holala. And then above that is the highway.
Oh, up there's the highway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to refresh
No problem.
where we were going here.
Okay. So 7 is still under a little bit, but it's in a better place, I'm assuming. 6, shall we move to the east side now?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, looking at the east side, just in a general sense here, council, this whole area, this whole region, council 3 is 15 over. Council 5 is just a tiny bit over 78 citizens. 4 is 200 over, but 6 is under almost 3,900.
So I think what you're gonna have to do is, your idea of adding council, I think in your map, council 4 went into HPP, right?
Yeah,
So we might want to consider putting council 5 into where council 3 is on this map.
okay. So it pushes into White Paradise
And
Park
then, and then you can take some parts of council 6. And then we'll have to have that discussion of how
Okay.
that's gonna work.
So I could at least start pushing this to the current line and see, it's not gonna give us that too much more, but let's try this. But you said push 5 into Paradise Park then,
Your,
because I need to take from council 3.
you need to take from council
All right.
3, so, I think, what do you need? There's like 3,000 extra in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3,500, yeah.
So I think that'll be fine.
So I'm gonna start with the 4 blocks that are hanging over the road there. Unfortunately, I know they're part of HPP, but let's keep them all together if possible.
And that doesn't affect council 3, right?
Council 3 is looking a lot better. It's at 2% over.
Okay. That's perfect.
Now, this is the dance we have to play with 6 and 5 here.
Right. Is this bath still on?
I think she was having like problems with her connection and stuff, so she stepped away for now.
Okay, okay. This goes back to our last map discussion on how far we want to push council 6 into council 5 in this map.
Right.
Chair Casal,
Mr. Yoshina.
yeah, can you bear with me and go back to District 2, please?
Of course.
Yeah, so I want to look at I want to know where the line is in relations to the airport, the wharf, and Kaho'olawe Avenue.
So I did move it because we moved it, shifted north to Honolulu. I
Yeah.
did bring the the eastern boundary of Council 2 back to where it is right now. So the yellow line shows where we are right now. So it is off of, it's a couple blocks back away from the airport. off of Kanolehua.
And the wharf is also in District 3?
Let's see. Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And that used to be in District 2 at one time.
Not currently, but it was probably at one point, yes. But in our current seat, in our current map, that's all in seat 3. So if you
And where
see
is
the
the
yellow-
industrial area now?
the industrial area is all in seat 3 as it is right now.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if you can see the yellow on the screen there, but that shows the current district.
I kind of get lost as it moves more towards the council tree. I cannot see the contrast there, but
I
it's okay.
can switch it here. I can switch a color. Let's see. Let's try like a light blue. I don't know if you can see that there.
Yeah, you see that better. So presently, the airport and the wharf are in District 2.
3.
They're in 3. So
They're in 3 presently.
yeah,
Okay, so they remain in 3.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Louie,
No, I'm good.
thank you. Okay, so we're going to go over to District 5 and District 6. And how many? We have 3,517, a positive 15 deviation.
Can you see that there?
Yep. And then a negative 3,102. So we just, it's almost an even 3,000 that we need to pick up.
Yeah, or something close to that where they get to a closer number under 10%. Yeah. So we need to make some decision on, and Chair, with your map here, you have some of the more Mauka portions just outside Volcano and beyond Mountain View in seat 6. So this was to gain some more population. So you move, you can see where the line is there, right?
Yeah.
That's where it is now. And then this is where you're taking a little bit more towards Hilo to capture some more residents.
Can you scroll up to Mountain View?
Yep.
Now, I think, so scroll out just a little bit. We're not going to be able to take anything from the Malka side of this, or heading right over to Hilo.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be less. It's still going to be less than 3,000.
Yeah, and the connectivity is an issue probably as well.
Yep, exactly. And so I do think that we're going to have to take some from the lower portion of. I guess that's not Volcano Village, is it? Going back down. No, that's not. But
no, because Volcano Village.
Right.
Yeah, we're beyond that already here. Commissioner Kamu, what is the name of the subdivision right here?
Ali'ianela, that's the road over there. Yeah, in the blue still. Yeah, right in the blue there.
And so currently they're in Council 6, yes?
They're currently part of the Ka'u. And then just in the green that's the Fern Forest community. Yeah.
And this is where we're going to be having some difficulty in moving this population count into seat 6, correct?
Correct. I think when you click it and turn it blue, it definitely helps balance the numbers. So I can see why it should be an option that's on the table to consider. And I do understand Commissioner's Bath's need to keep that community together, but it is an option to balance the numbers. And I guess you would just maybe split it at Eden Rock, which is all the little rectangles going up right there. Yeah.
That's this one right here.
Yeah.
Is that Ohia Avenue? Is that correct? That's what I'm seeing?
Yeah, right over there. So you could try split it right there and just keep the Fern Forest group in Ka'u. So at least now we're down at 9% or -9. So at least we're in the 10%. But you're right. It's that's the challenge. Is we that's the easiest way to start moving is up there.
Well, here we are. I'm just curious if we ran a check on this, what it would say, but there was some weird continuity issues because of this census block. It follows along like a stream, little waterway. And so it would cut out across above Eden Rock here. And Commissioner Kamu, what is if someone were to be living in Eden Rock, what is their connectivity to Highway 11? How would they exit and get up to Highway 11? Is that on this one here? Sometimes I can't read the name there.
Oh, there's
So usually they go to South Kopua Road, which is like one of the main roads to turn into that community down there. So it's just to the right.
There it is right there. Okay.
Yeah. So that would be, you go, and then that's the road you go up to the main to get to Highway 11, the main road.
Okay. I'm just out of curiosity's sake, I want to run a check, just see what it says. So I think it's saying that we're just in culmination, it's over the total deviation of 10. That's in both directions. So we've got quite a bit of errors. Just because our numbers are, we've strayed a little bit, but we're still under. The only district that is 5 and 6 still, where we're still above that 5% one way or the other.
We could offset it by going the opposite direction too.
Yeah.
But that might be a little bit more lengthier at the time.
plus Council 5's too big still.
Yeah. Even if you brought Council 3 into KL in its original district, you would still have to offset going up to Council 2, then Council 1, Council 9.
Then you're shifting it back down.
And then you could, yeah, exactly. But that's what I think that might be the point that we have to do is that's how we're going to accommodate Council 6, I think, is to bring it back up to the Kona side.
Okay.
So we have to start from that side of Council 5 in order to accomplish that. Yeah, we have to.
Is chaos split here, or is it? I can't. No. Oh, it's good. Okay, thanks.
Is there any opportunity to take 800 to 1,000 out of 5 into 4?
Out of which ones, Mr. Lopez? Out of 5 and 4?
Is there any opportunity? Because that's what I'm seeing on the chart.
That's true. It could give to 4. Yep.
Any opportunities there?
Oh, I see. Well, we could try this this last portion of Hawaii Paradise Park over here and see where this puts us. So in this case, it only has the back portion of Paradise Park is in 4 all of a sudden now.
Numbers are more palatable.
Yeah.
Now we just deal with 9.
Not as many errors there, but if we calculate these up, it's, what is it? It's saying this one's still an issue here. Council 6 still.
Yeah.
And I think our guidance from Corp Council was that if we can defend this through our documentation and language, that it could be possible and doable.
Yeah.
It's all in you, Chair.
Well, and one consideration is just the geographical span of 6 is so huge. Adding more just makes it so hard for the rep.
Can you show the deviation for Council 2?
Council 2?
It's about 900, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing I see is if we did do the idea of going back around the northern side, taking the
To give it to
1,000 to give to 6 on the other side. The problem about it is it goes back to where we were in regards to Honolulu. It
Yeah.
goes back to the boundary line for District 9 and the issue we had with Council 8. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we're really set on Honolulu as that kind of like, if you're as your starting point more or less, then you're going to see that ripple either go either way or go back, go back and forth. We've had some good, we've had testimony about that area. We've had commissioners vouching for this area, that they have more connectivity and interest in the Hilo area.
If we added more, it would actually take it more north, right?
Sorry,
it would take the district more north.
If we move,
District 1, are you talking about?
Oh no, sorry, I'm talking about District Council 2.
Oh, 2.
further north,
Wait, what didn't I go? No, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I got mixed up.
that's okay.
I mean, no, you're right.
Chair, are you hoping to make it as like this? This one may even look better than the one we had previously. Are we hoping to kind of, do you want to table this for a discussion at the 9th, meeting on the 9th, or we have this ready to go for our 2 public hearings? How far along did you want to be in the process, are you thinking?
The 9th will be a good buffer for us, and if it means to have all the commissioners here, then that might be best. Make sure that everybody is has a voice into the working draft. But there is a little bit more of we need to hurry it up. But I'm sorry, when was the meeting? It's on December 14th and the 16th?
Yeah, that's correct.
So the 9th, is Mr. Cockle still there?
Chair, yes, I'm here.
All right. What's the timing that we have? We have to ideally finish the draft by the 9th, correct?
I'm glad you brought this up. So Deputy Corporation Counsel and I were just having a conversation moments ago, sidebar, about this. And let me put it this way. The tentative dates we have for the public hearings on December 14 and 16. The notice for the public hearings would have to be posted 6 days in advance, which is December 8th. The draft plan selected should be a part of that notice.
Of course, right? So we're going to have to make a decision here today unless we have a snap meeting tomorrow or next week, sorry. Which, if we don't come out with a decision today, we're going to have to do it. We're going to have to make a consideration for it in a meeting next week. And I don't like to make a randomized meeting, but if we have to, then we should. What does the other commissioners think?
So Chair Casal, this is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, I have a question first. So right now, as the district lines are drawn, we have a an issue in District 6. All of the other districts, we can more or less, we fall within the deviation or the numbers, right?
Yes.
And District 6 is the one that we would have to defend verbally. In writing.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, so my druthers are, it would be easier for us to write a defense for one district rather than 9. So
That's right.
I would think about just accepting the plan. If you want a decision from me now, I would say accept the plan, the draft plan as it is now, and defend District 6. That's my suggestion. That's not a motion, by the way, just a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, I respectfully disagree only because we had the first map we looked at today. We seemed to focus everything in agreement except with Miss Bath on District 4, and she needs time to give us an alternative on how to redesign District 4 and keep her need for HPP intact. So I'd like to give her that time just because we have everything else in place. And we do have, I think Mr. Yoshina's suggestion about this map is also a good one. So I would suggest that we give Miss Beth some time, and if she can't come up with an alternative, then we decide which of the 2 plans. And right now, it's I'd rather meet next week and give her that time. She was pretty passionate about it, so respect that.
Sorry, did you suggest to put a meeting next week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. One, to give Miss Bath time to design her District 4 need, and the other would be to sit down and really go through both these plans independently and see which one do we prefer individually, and then come together. So it gives us a little more time, and I don't mind meeting next week to put this thing to bed. Thank you. I think if we try to do it now, we may be rushing. I understand the need to rush, but we may not consider everything. Thank you.
Any other discussion regarding this?
Chair Casa.
Mr. Akamo?
I do agree somewhat with Commissioner Lopez about possibly adding another meeting, particularly one before the December 8th deadline when we need to have things finished. I know we do have a meeting scheduled for December 9th, which would be the day after. We would need to get our plan finished for distribution. So perhaps we can also consider adjusting that date and maybe moving it to earlier in the week before the 8th. But I do agree that we probably need at least one more meeting before the 8th to work on finalizing the plans.
Thank you, Mr. Akamo. Is there anything else?
I like Mr. Akamu's suggestion. It's Commissioner Louis of moving the date of the 9th up because we have to get this out by the 8th to the public. So we could do it either next week or we could do it on, Monday or Tuesday of that week. Well, I don't know if that gives the Election Commission enough time to get it ready, but yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Louis. So I think I hear just an overall consensus. So if I can just have Mr. Palka, do you have any information as far as dates and times?
Mr. Chair, sorry, we're having a discussion with staff. Can you repeat your question?
Oh, yeah, so we're looking at moving the 9th meeting to accommodate our commission goal of the 8th filing deadline for us. So I think we want to try to do that Monday or Tuesday of December.
Ms. Louis, Commissioner Louis, I just have a question. You said the 8th was the deadline, but the first public meeting is the 14th, so that's not there's not a week of notice there.
It has to be 6 days in advance, right?
6 days, 6 working days, 1, 2, 3. Is it working days or calendar days?
I think it's working days, but I'll have
It may be
Scott
different
clarify
for the public testimony, though. I don't know if that's a agendized meeting, though. I'm not sure on that.
I mean, I just think from the public point of view, if you only found out on the 8th and it was going to be like in your half of the island on the 14th, that wouldn't give you a lot of time to plan to be there. Anyway.
No, that's true.
Chair. We should already be advertising those dates, regardless.
I think we're ready to advertise for the 14th and 16th for sure. Yeah. But if we're going to shift our meeting on the 9th, I think we need to make a vote on that or something.
Okay.
I'm going to reschedule our meeting. We have a meeting on Monday, December 7th. Day to live in infamy.
We just need
6th, is it Monday the 6th?
Monday the 6th.
Thank you.
Ms. Mellon Lacy.
Yes.
That's my motion.
What we could do is recess this meeting without, formally adjourning, and then resume the meeting on a date that is available. And there's been some talk of the 29th, but I'm not sure about that date. 29th would work? Okay. I think we could do the 29th. So if we recess without adjourning, then, we wouldn't have to notice again.
Thank you.
Chair Kasama, this is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshino.
I think that's a good idea. So move.
Okay. I don't think we need a motion. We can just do it based off of the chair's recommendation. Okay, so is there any discussion regarding the draft? Because that's still the agenda item. Because if not, I'm going to go ahead and table. All right. Draft is tabled. Moving over to new business. Mr. Kalka, if you want to read into the record, new business 1.
New business 1. Discussion of public hearings following selection of draft plan. Discussion of public hearings following selection. Pursuant to Section 3-17E of the Hawaii County Charter, the Commission shall hold at least one public hearing in East Hawaii and one in West Hawaii. The Commission previously adopted a timeline that projected tentative dates of the hearings for December 14 and 16. The Commission may discuss plans for these hearings, including but not limited to establishing the dates, times, locations, logistics, and advertising and outreach efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Kalka. I would like to pass it on to Commissioner Eustace, since he was the one that introduced this. Mr. Eustace.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought we would have just a moment to talk about this. We have those 2 dates scheduled, December 14th for West Hawaii, and then the 16th for East Hawaii. And I know we will probably have the capability of Zoom. I'm not sure to what extent our staff will allow the public in these spaces. I don't know how we're going to be handling that. But I think we'll use virtual technology to connect with people as well. But I also wanted to hear the thoughts from my fellow commissioners on the times those days are scheduled, as well as having maps available for the public in a physical form in each of the districts in some way, some capacity, whether they're printed and available at public libraries, or something like that. So I wanted to put those out there and kind of have a little discussion about this. So basically about when during those days we should hold these testimonies to get the most input, these public hearings, and then also having hard copies of maps for the public. Thank you.
Was there an allocation of funds to have it printed out?
I don't know if we've allocated anything for printing purposes, but we have yet to hear on our budget. So I think we do have some financial leverage to make that available for the public.
I think that's a good idea. Get as much information as we can to our community.
As to time,
Mr. Lopez.
because, I sat in on, I think, all but 2 of the district meetings, and most of them, we waited. We didn't get testimony, most of them, but I would suggest we delay to 6:30 instead of 6. Gives people time to get home from work, get their kids adjusted, and maybe come out. I think that half hour would make a big difference in the commute time, the dinner time and such. Does it 6:30?
Commissioner Louie, I agree with 6:30. That sounds fine. And I would just say that we should just activate our ideas about spreading the word and getting the word out. We have a budget for that, so I would hope the Election Commission would make sure that that happens. I do think that the hard copies are good and important, and it may be be a good thing for us to finish on the 29th so that there would be time to print and distribute some. I know I went to look at the state maps at my library, and it was very helpful to be able to, even for me, who's used to these maps a little bit, to be able to see a hard copy rather than having to look for it online. So I definitely feel like hard copies are something that people want. In fact, at the district meeting, the district public hearing for my district, people were wanting to look at maps at that time, and they wanted to see something, a hard copy. Thanks. I yield.
Another thought I had was to the newspaper advertising. I'd like to see a little more space, some color, and maybe a link to the maps that the public can view to get them interested and why this is important to them. The information given now is, I mean, you have to search for it in the newspaper. It's not front and center as you're turning the pages. So my suggestion would be to have a little more impact in our media presentation of the meeting, and a way people can go to the maps before the meeting.
Hi, this is Pat Nakamoto, the Elections Program Administrator.
Ms. Nakamoto.
Hi, I wanted, Corey will be here to provide information on your budget expenditures up to this point. But there is funding to print maps and do advertising. And with guidance from the commission, as far as like what Mr. Lopez was talking about, if you let us know, how, we can do a half-page ad, we can do a full-page ad, we can place the maps in the newspaper also, depending on the size, because if the maps are too small, then it's going to be difficult to see the details in the maps. If you folks want those large maps that was presented at the meeting that our staff took around the island, we could do large maps. I think they're like 3 by 5 or something like that. Or we could make smaller maps, but then again, the details will not be that visible. We can place them also in libraries in each district, if that's what you folks would like to see. So all we need is some guidance, some information, telling us what you want before we start, spending the money in the budget.
Mr. Eustace.
Thank you, Ms. Nakamoto. Do you know off the top of your head how much printing for the 3x5 was of that map?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact cost, but I don't think it was very much. It might have been like $20 or $30, something like that.
I think it would be good at that size, but we have about, I would throw a guess out, maybe like 15 or so libraries on the island that we need to target, somewhere around there. Is that about a good number? I don't know our library count on the island off the top of my head. So we'd have to have one of those maps at each of them.
Okay. And, when we do the final map after, you folks have made your decision after the 2 public hearings, we can also create inset maps. We're not going to have time to do that now, I don't think, but that would show the details of where the boundaries intersect with each other. That's something we can think about doing, down the road. But we'll look into how many libraries there are, and we'll place a map in each district around the island. And we'll look at printing the larger maps, the 3x5s. Would you all folks also want to have smaller maps? I know I mentioned that the detail wouldn't be that, clear, but we could have something to hand out to the public if that's what you folks would like also.
I think that's a good idea. I think we're seeing some nods for that. Yeah.
We have 12 libraries.
12 libraries?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Chair Casa was looking it up on the state library site.
Yeah, 12 libraries.
12 libraries. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how many people are going to show up, but we may not need a whole lot of the smaller handouts, but I think those are helpful. I know just my having one of the old ones was helpful. I like the idea of printing the map in the newspaper too, as part of the announcement for the public hearings, because that could definitely spark people's interest of our proposed map. I yield.
Okay, we can find out what the cost for a full page ad or a half page ad, and then, make a decision.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to put a hold on that here soon, because if we have the meeting, well, I guess we're gonna have it. Yeah, you still need like a 2 weeks notice for the newspaper ad. Sometimes this can be a little bit difficult. So, what was the cost for the last one? I know you guys have communications here for it.
Yeah, Corey will be up to do that a little later. I don't have that information with me right now.
All right, thank you.
It might be in your folders.
Wow.
All right, so
It's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate our time is so tight, because, if we do get the map out on the 29th, but if we need 2 weeks to get it to the newspaper, it might not get out in time for the public hearings. And, our whole point here is to generate interest and get the public there. So I'm a little, not so happy about that. I don't know if there's anything to be done
Chair
about it.
Casal, this is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshina,
I have a question. When do we create these final maps? Is there a capacity to also label these maps, at least on the major lines?
I believe the map.
Because my experience is that people like to know where the line is.
If I remember correctly, the map that was shown at the public hearing I believe it described what like road it went through or what stream it was on, if I'm not mistaken. But
Okay.
if we can, we can get some more clarification on that.
Okay, 10-4.
Now, before I forget, because the way this conversation kind of started was the time of the hearings. Now, I got an overall idea that we wanted to do this at 6 versus the 5:30. Is that right?
6:30 instead of 6, I think.
Oh,
right?
6:30.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Just a
sorry.
little bit later in the evening.
6:30.
I think the commissioners were amenable to that, just in the hopes of getting people there at the end of the day.
And then I know this is primarily online. Is there a physical site that we're doing this on?
Chair,
Yes,
Chair,
Mr.
excuse me.
Talca.
This is
Mr.
Dennis.
Talca.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do have the council chambers reserved for the evening times for both dates. And the idea would also be to, just as we did for the first round of public hearings, have the virtual option island-wide as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to kind of nail down a specific time so that when we publicize this information, it says 6:30. And we have a virtual capability or in person, is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. But it'd be open to island-wide for both of those, given a virtual setting?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we got that one point down. That's in your. The second point was, as we discuss the outreach and logistical issues. As I understand it, we all kind of agreed on putting printed maps into the libraries. I got that. And then we're obviously going to have some printed pamphlets at the meeting or the public hearing. Was there anything else regarding things that need to be printed for the public before we moved in a little bit more into the logistics on advertisements?
Chair?
Yep.
Maybe also having a printed copy in the physical spaces for those public hearings too.
Yeah, so 12 plus 2.
Yeah. So that when, if attendees come in person, that it would be here for them as well. They could review it.
Yeah. The maps was, you said it was a 3x5?
I think so. Ms. Nakamoto stated 3x5, 3 feet, 5 feet.
I know it's 3 feet. I'm not sure
3x4 maybe?
exactly. Yeah, maybe 3x4.
3x4, okay.
So
You guys do
those are the maps that we would have printed and we would take out to the libraries. What size would you folks want the handouts to be?
8.5 by 11? I think that just basic,
Yes,
putting
agree.
it onto a regular page, it should be fine.
Okay.
And you folks do all the printing in-house, correct?
We could do the 8.5 by 11 in-house, but the larger maps, we would need to take them out to be printed.
Okay, I see. You
Yeah,
had something,
I'm
Mr.
just
Lopez?
going to suggest that at the location of the public hearings, we have 2 maps except for social distancing, and also people will gather around and be
So-
able to view them.
So 4 maps.
4, please.
So that would be 16 maps.
It becomes a concentration point before, and be set up before the meeting so that they can look at them before we start.
Okay.
Like outside the chambers.
Excellent, right outside there.
Yeah.
Take a look at them, their heart's content until they come in.
So 12 public libraries. We're going to do 4 in the public for public testimony.
And Chair, if I may throw a wrench in there too, to somehow include the current map as well. Maybe not necessarily as a big 3x4 at the libraries, but on the handout, maybe one side is the map we draft and then the current map on the back side with the deviations that show the skewness basically.
Oh, I see. So you want the 2011 commission map?
Just an idea.
Yeah. Oh,
Just an idea. Just so it shows the process we've gone through.
I second that idea.
you want it as a into the pamphlet, not necessarily blown up, right?
Well, you know, at the public testimonies, the public hearings we've had, there has been, at least the majority of them, there was a 3x4 of the current map, right?
Right.
That showed the skew of the population that we're trying to adjust to. So I think just having that as a resource for viewers, either on the handout or at the public hearings, gives them that kind of guide of what we're at now, where we have to go to, and it right now it shows like it shows that skew. So we're basically, so instead of having to repeat ourselves and defend why we're making the changes, that map shows why we have to make the changes as well. It just gives another resource for that.
Okay. You know, I was just thinking about it. We don't really technically need four for the public testimony because we just two here and then take the same two over.
That's true.
To the Hilo side. So I'll bring that back down to two, and then maybe we just do two of the 2011 commission. 2011 commission.
I mean, it's just an idea to have that resource there, so people know that and be clear that it's marked. This is the 2011 one. This is the 2021 draft.
Right.
Yeah. Just as a resource.
So for clarification,
Mr. Yoshina.
yeah, Mr. Hustis, you want the 2011 map with the numbers that accompany that map, and then we will have one map for the present commission's adopted map. Just one map, right? Not two. Because I heard somewhere in this conversation two.
Yeah, sorry to confuse you. So at the library sites have one big map of the proposed change, but the handout on one side has the proposed change, and then on the back side have the 2011 iteration.
Okay.
With the deviations that we're trying to adjust for.
Okay.
I guess my main question would be, well, what is the turnaround time for this? Do we have to make a decision now, or can we wait to our recessed meeting on the 27th?
For printing the maps, I think waiting till the 27th would be fine. That gives us time before the public hearings. But we would like to get the maps out to the libraries as soon as possible. So I think that gives us enough time.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 29th is?
Or I think it was the
Sorry about that.
29th. Yeah, the 29th.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
So, yeah. So once that final draft has been adopted, and that's the one we're going to take out on the road, then I think there should be enough time for us to have them printed.
Okay. Would you like us to approve the budget now, or allocation for it now, or are you going to take it out of the funds that we approved?
Yeah. Well, Corey, you know what? I'll go and find out from the printer how much all of this will cost us. And then by the next meeting, I should have figures for you folks, and then we can make a decision then.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any other discussion regarding one? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move on to reports and regarding the budget. Mr. Kalka, if you can read that into the record.
Update on commission budget. The commission may receive an update on its budget from support staff, address any questions, and explore options for use of funds.
Thank you. I think I see Corey from elections in the Gila chamber. Corey, can you give us an update?
Okay. Right now there is.
Oh, could you put your mic just a little bit closer to you? Yeah.
There. Can you hear me?
A little bit better. Yeah. Thank you.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. Right now we have $72,000 in the budget. That's the balance right now. But we also have some outstanding. We're waiting for an invoice from Pacific Media Group for the month of November advertisements for the November public hearings. And then I've also contacted the Tribune Herald and West Hawaii Today. And I got some quotes on that. Well, right now we have the online, the banner on both newspapers. And both that will be approximately $1,300. And the quotes I got for running the newspaper ads was going to be $2,200. But from what I've heard, you folks want bigger ads. And like, did you want full page ads with the map?
I think, Mr. Lopez, you kind of talked about doing maybe a full page or a half pager with color.
Well, if we're going to include the map, then I think we need the full page because otherwise the detail is just going to be obscured.
Okay, well, I got a quote from Tribune Herald for colored ads and a quarter page ad that would run for a little over a week. Okay, quarter page ad. This is black and white, color. Would the quote they gave me was going to be the Hawaii Tribune Herald almost $10,000, and West Hawaii Today was $88,431. And that was just a quarter page ad.
That's for a whole week though, right?
Corey, do we need 4 days? Is that like a minimum quote?
Well, we just, to publicize the public hearings. So we thought that we'd put it in from that Sunday. What is that, the 14th, 13th, the 12th, December 12th through Thursday, December 16th.
Oh.
And then it would cover both public hearings.
I see. It covers both sides, that's why. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
That's 18,000 for
Yes,
for 4 days, 2 papers.
18,000.
4 days,
No,
2 papers, quarter page, right?
originally what I got from them was starting was maybe 2 weeks prior. The week before the public hearings and then the week after. And the week of the public hearings. That was going to be approximately $18,000. And that's only a quarter page.
Okay, thank you. Was there any update regarding the Facebook advertisements at all?
Okay, that I would need to ask maybe Dennis.
Chair, it's Dennis. Yeah, we're working with clerk staff to, are you asking about the public hearings?
Yeah.
Yes, that will also be posted as well as we've been doing so. And they're still working out it. They've been in discussion with yourself and Vice Chair Hustis on the logistics of boosting and keeping that continuously posted.
Thank you, Mr. Kaka. Do we have any other questions, Mr. Lopez?
May I make a request to Corey, please? If it's, I hate to put too much on you, but it'd be good, I think, for me, maybe for all of us, to know what would be the cost in the newspaper, as we discussed, of a half page or a full page, both in black and white and in color. And then we have a kind of a dartboard to shoot at.
Okay, so either a half page or, well, I'll get a quote for half page and a full page.
Both, yeah, one in color and one black, just plain black and white.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Lopez, it's Corey again.
Yes.
What were you thinking about the duration of the ad being in the paper?
Oh, that's a good question. I thought of this, but I didn't verbalize it. Personally, I just think we need to run it the week of the public hearings. Like you said, Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday through Thursday, okay. Okay.
But I'm not the definitive. I'm just giving you my feedback. Chair, did you agree with that? Is Sunday through Thursday, the week of the public hearing instead of 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think that might be better. Sunday through Thursday. Okay, any other discussion for regarding the updated commission budget? Not, we're going to go ahead and move on to announcements. Mr. Kaka, I'll have you do the announcements.
Sure, thank you. So we should announce that the commission has decided we're going to resume this meeting, reconvene on Monday, November 29 at 9:30 a.m. The next regular meeting of the commission currently scheduled after that would be Thursday, December 9. And we regularly announce that archive videos of past commission sessions as of the September 23 meeting are available on the commission's YouTube channel, which can be linked to or searching COH Redistricting on YouTube. And that's all the announcements that staff has, Chair.
Before I head over to recess until the 29th, I would like to congratulate Mr. Akamu for being the Ka'u Pahoa Complex Area finalist. Right. I don't think we need a motion to recess, but I'm just going to say recess until November 29th at 9:30 a.m. here at the West Hawaii Civic Center and the Alpuni Center in Hilo. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Chair Caso, I have one question just for clarification.
Go ahead.
These maps that we worked on today, are they
Yeah.
going to be posted somewhere?
It should be posted online on the Esri site.
Okay, and so just for clarification again, what are the titles of these things? Because I got all confused here.
I'll pass that over to Mr. Hustis.
But thank you, Chair. So I will submit these maps or see if I can submit them so that they're available to everyone. Or I think I might be able to just share them with everyone. So they may show up as a shared map.
Okay.
But there was the 11, they're given by the date, first of all, and there's the working doc 1 and the working doc 2. So the ones that we edited today in our meeting are now titled Working Doc 1-1 and Working Doc 2-1. So those are the ones that we made our edits to live today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
See you Monday.